Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party, home of no forced vaccinations, no GMO food, no fluoride in our water system, and most of all, a place to stop chemtrails. Isn't that wonderful? An actual place to stop chemtrails. And also a place to get every U.S. citizen $400 per month. No questions asked. No checkups, no 6-month reviews. You show your driver's license and you're hooked up to the system as long as your birth certificate matches that you were born in America. So you have to bring a driver's license and a birth certificate and you'd be able to hook up to the system when this is in place. That's my goal, is to help everybody who's an American citizen, not help people who are not American citizens. Hang on, I got to cue these people. There we go. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. This eliminates welfare as we know it and brings on a solution to eliminate food stamps to non-U.S. citizens, which Trump can't even do. Trump can't even step up and do what is necessary to save this nation. He can't even eliminate benefits for non-U.S. citizens who are collecting tons of money. He's not going to cut the budget. He's already allocating more and more. They say he's going to cost $4 billion for a plane that he wants to order. I mean, what's wrong with Obama's planes? We're rallying behind all of these ideas, and today I found out something new. I found out that Trump has stolen yet another idea. I can't verify it yet, but the concept of limiting, here's scene 3, I think I have it queued up. For 8 years, I've been talking about limiting bills to 100 pages. Well, lo and behold, Donald Trump is now tweeting that he's going to veto all bills over 100 pages. Exactly what I've been saying for 8 years. So he is literally stealing idea after idea. And it's called intellectual property right theft. And it's going on still. He's taken over 10 of my ideas to get elected. And our country needs real people, not fake people. So, Mr. Trump, somebody's going to send you to the cornfields. Yeah. Not me, though. But the American people are going to finally figure you out, that you're a total liar and a user and a cheater. And all these things make this country really, really in danger. And I think everybody feels it deep down. Our country is not in a situation where we can actually feel like we're making progress when this guy has flipped on almost everything he said he was going to do to get elected. And I'm asking people, electors, to flip. Just like Trump flipped. Flip. Right around December 19th and go ahead and vote for Hillary. I'd rather have Hillary at this point because this guy's out of control. He's violated the Logan Act. He's met with Moscow on the phone during the campaign, which is totally illegal unless he had written permission from Barack Obama. Did America just get the biggest scoundrel in American industry? Well, now he's hiring people who are pretty much in the cornerstone of weirdness. The head of WWE, the wrestling executive Linda McMahon, will lead Trump's Small Business Administration. He's turning the entire country into a WWE joke. We all know that wrestling is fake, and almost everything in Trump's administration is going to end up being fake, stolen from me, or ideas that are obviously brilliant, and are just cheating and doing anything he can to get ahead in the polls when the American people are waking up every second of the day. He's flipped on the idea of prosecuting Hillary. Guess 916. Now he won't prosecute her. He's flipped on the idea of, he's flipped on the idea of prosecuting Barack Obama, claiming at one time that he could be from Kenya. Now he's saying he's from America, which clearly he's not. So Donald Trump is already in the back pocket of Kissinger. He acts like Kissinger's bitch, meeting with his Kissinger's best person, hiring her for his administration. And plus he had contact with Trump Moscow had contact with Trump during the campaign, a Russian diplomat said. That alone is enough to put Trump in jail for 3 years for violating the Logan Act. Now, Hillary would no doubt be under investigation. Wasted Wednesday callers can call in live, 707. That's right, your ATP. Thanks for posting our number. I just think the whole thing is becoming a joke. You know, around the world, people think we're a bunch of cowboys. Wrestling is just part of the whole look of America, and it represents the lowest common denominator in America. As much as I, enjoy wrestling, I used to watch it when I was a kid with my grandfather, when it was Mexican wrestling, and everyone was totally, fake. It's always been fake. But that's what kind of symbolizes the Trump effort to save our nation. I would not take a meeting with Kissinger. Are you kidding me? The guy is the Council on Foreign Relations. He is their puppet. I wouldn't even associate with the Council on Foreign Relations as I began to change and mold a new direction for American foreign policy. Trump is only doing what Hillary would have done, and he's doing it because he's the military arm of the New World Order. Oh yeah, Hillary's a puppet too. She's just not as dangerous as he is. Have you heard all the things he said in the past year and a half? Over 200 things have been said by Trump that absolutely resemble foot and mouth disease. Hillary, all she did was say she didn't want to talk about Benghazi. That was it. Now that alone is not enough to get her off, believe me. She's definitely got all the earmarks of a guilty person, but she'd be less dangerous than a guy who thinks he can get away with anything at the expense of our country. His wife, Melania, who posed butt naked, 100% nude in magazines, in lesbian scenes, wants to now raise her son, who people are alleging is autistic. I don't know. I can't verify this. In his private school in New York, it's going to cost this nation $1 million a day to guard them in the New York City Trump Plaza. Can you believe this? $365 million to guard a woman who posed buck naked in multiple magazines, to guard her so her son can be in private school?
You want to play a little video?
Yeah, coming up. We're going to play a little video right now to, kind of give you kind of a taste of the future.
The future is urban. By 2030, urban areas are expected to grow by 1.4 billion, with that growth occurring almost entirely in the developing world. Cities will account for 60% of the world's population and 70% of the world's GDP. The urban environment will be the locus where drivers of instability will converge. It is the domain that by the year 2030, 60% of urban dwellers will be under the age of 18. The cities that grow the fastest will be the most challenged as resources become constrained and illicit networks fill the gap left by overextended and undercapitalized governments. The risk of natural disasters compounded by geography, climate changes, unregulated growth, and substandard infrastructure intersect to frustrate humanitarian relief. Growth will magnify the increasing separation between rich and poor. Religious and ethnic tensions will be a defining element in the social landscape. Stagnation will coexist with unprecedented development as impoverishment, slums, and shantytowns rapidly expand alongside modern high-rises, technological advances, and ever-increasing levels of prosperity. This is the world of our future. It is one we are not prepared to effectively operate within, and it is unavoidable. Megacities are complex systems where people and structures are compressed together in ways that defy both our understanding of city planning and military doctrine. It is an ecosystem that demands a highly agile and adaptive force to successfully operate within. Infrastructures will vary radically, with concentrations of high-tech transportation, globally connected air and seaports, contemporary water, utilities, and waste disposal intermixed with open landfills, overburdened sewers, polluted water, and makeshift power grids. Living habitats will extend from the high-rise to the ground-level cottage to subterranean labyrinths, each defined by its own social code and rule of law. Social structures will be equally challenged if not dysfunctional, as historic ways of life clash with modern living, ethnic and racial differences are forced to live together, and criminal networks offer opportunity for the growing mass of unemployed. This becomes the nervous system of non-nation-state, unaligned individuals and organizations that live and work in the shadows of national rule. Where physical domains can be seen, digital domains will have limitless potential to breed and expand without limit. Digital security and trade will be increasingly threatened by sophisticated illicit economies and decentralized syndicates of crime to give adversaries global reach at an unprecedented level. This will add to the complexities of human targeting, as a proportionally smaller number of adversaries intermingle with a larger and increasing number of citizens. The scale and density of these domains is daunting. In a city of 10 million, where you hold the support of 99% of the population, the remaining 1% represents a threat of 100,000. It is an environment of convergence, hidden amongst the enormous scale and complexity of the megacity. These are the future breeding grounds, incubators, and launching pads for adversaries and hybrid threats. Linked globally, these are man-made labyrinths that provide refuge and movement across the vast sections of these cities where alternate forms of governance have taken control. The advice of doctrine, from Sun Tzu to current field manuals, has provided two fundamental options. Avoid the cities, or establish a cordon to either wait out the adversary or drain the swamp of non-combatants and engage the remaining adversaries in high-intensity conflict within. Even our counterinsurgency doctrine, honed in the cities of Iraq and the mountains of Afghanistan, is inadequate to address the sheer scale of population in the future urban reality. From the streets of Aachen to the citadel and Way, we have defeated adversaries who attempted to use urban terrain to their advantage. Urban conflict is written deep into the Army's histories. But in tomorrow's conflict, these megacities are orders of magnitude greater in complexity, and our current options do not meet strategic ends. Our future operations must allow us to...
Okay, that is called The Intercept, and it is available online at this link. It's Pentagon related. They're trying to warn you of the imminent doom coming to this country. Nothing that Trump in his copycat cabinet could possibly come up with solutions to. All of it's heading, pushing us toward imminent collapse. Our nation and the world's economy is shrinking rapidly. I don't mean to, shock any of you, but you picked the wrong guy. And since I've been running for 8 years, and all of you Trump-tards have turned on me, like some sort of like I'm some sort of a bad person, which I'm not, it shows me that this country is bizarre and is turned into brain-dead, mush-brain imbeciles who simply buy the current lie that somebody's spewing. And I don't lie to you. It just shocks me. I'm not a fan of that person. He's part of the Illuminati. Everybody who is an early YouTube star is an AdSense whore. This is not a wig. This is my hair, man. This is called a straight look. Yeah. Yeah. You never wanted to help the country? No, you didn't. You picked the right guy to screw our country over. Yeah, he's basically a guy who's now stealing my idea, like I said, the 100-page maximum, or I would veto any bill that comes in front of my desk. He's tweeting that now. He is outright blazing by his efforts to steal all of my previous ideas, and then seems to have a carte blanche to steal all of my ideas, which is a gross violation of intellectual property rights, which I can prove on redundant servers of videos that I have all the way back to 2008. It's unbelievable. The audacity of this man has no limits. And if you people think that that is disturbing, and you understand why actors, people who are seriously impressed with politics, have spoken out and made statements about Trump, why wouldn't you even listen to them when you watch them in film and you admire their work, yet you sit there and just ignore him? And I'm speaking, of course, of Robert De Niro.
I mean, he's so blatantly stupid. He's a punk, he's a dog, he's a pig, he's a con, a bullshit artist, a mutt who doesn't know what he's talking about, doesn't do his homework, doesn't care, thinks he's gaming society, doesn't pay his taxes. He's an idiot. Colin Powell said it best. He's a national disaster. He's an embarrassment to this country. It makes me so angry that this country has gotten to this point, that this fool, this bozo, has wound up where he has. He talks how he wants to punch people in the face. Well, I'd like to punch him in the face. This is somebody that we want for president? I don't think so. What I care about is the direction of this country. And what I'm very, very worried about is that it might go in the wrong direction with someone like Donald Trump. If you care about your future, vote for it.
Okay, so the electors are going to be voting in about 2 weeks, yeah. Yeah, almost less than 2 weeks. And if the electors decide not to vote for the person that they think is going to be the president, they can switch everything. That's right. It only is going to take 35 electors to defect. And even if they just defect and vote for Gary Johnson or Jill Stein, those electors will pay a $1,000 fine per elector. So for a total of $35,000, the entire race could be thrown into a complete paralysis, and the American people could then have a third term with Barack Obama. I don't want that. I don't want a third term with Barack Obama, but I don't want a man who thinks he can walk all over people, steal ideas, and act like it's nothing. You have any idea how seriously dangerous this is to have a person who's in the back pocket of Russia, who's claiming now that he's going to hand over his business to his sons and daughter, only after I was raising nothing but holy hell on the line about him running his business out of the White House, finally somebody got to him and said, Mr. Trump, you're not going to be able to do this. Now he just pretends like he's going to give everything to his sons, and that he controls them, I'm sure. And is just going to root Russian deals toward his sons. You watch. All kinds of dangerously imperiled environmental areas in Florida will be opened up to condos. Just sit back and watch. Now, in order to fix this, Hillary won the popular vote, you stupid Trump tard, so you may just want to sit back and watch while the electors decide December 19th whether they want this guy who has flipped on countless things he was going to do. He said that climate change was created by China, and then he says, oh, no, I was wrong. I guess there is some serious problems with climate change. I want to welcome the massive worldwide audience to our show. Thank you for coming in. As you know, we've been fighting the entire censorship against us for years now. 8 years has been going on, but your presence and just talking about us to friends and family has really helped and will continue to help break the silence. Hello from New Zealand. Hello, good evening. This is not a wig. This is my hair. This is how hair looks. Yeah. I mean, I suppose you'll someday look back in this time and go, well, why didn't I do anything? I don't know. All right, so I'm a big supporter of vouchers, but not big vouchers, and I'm having some conflict with some of the people on our show. I don't mind the fact that Trump is copying every idea I have. I'm upset that he thinks he can get away with it. That's what really, the ideas are good. They're solid. The mobile medical unit idea I'm giving up for 2020 because by the time 2020 rolls around, we won't have any chance to stabilize the cities. They'll be in rebellion. Mobile medical units will be too costly to develop under his plan. Now, since he stole that idea along with all the other ideas, the ocean pipeline, the no refugees, he morphed into hating Muslims. I never did that. Yeah, in a court of law, it can be proven Trump obtained the presidency by criminal fraud. That's right. So the ideas that are so powerful could easily be taken by anybody, and I realize that. But I don't need a patent for an ocean pipeline. I don't need a patent for mobile medical units. I just simply have to post information about it relative to a political campaign, which I did in 2008, and voila. I've got all the evidence I need in court to sue the hell out of somebody. Judge orders Michigan's recount, suspends Michigan's recount. You see, the judges are in the pocket of the powerful elitists that picked Donald Trump. Now, you may have voted for Trump. You may have said, oh yeah, Trump's the guy. You're just a pawn in a big picture. Trump is essentially a pawn in an even bigger picture. Trump is the puppet for Kissinger and the New World Order, the Council on Foreign Relations. The people that run the world are so powerful monetarily, they make Trump look like chump change. He claims he has 10 billion, but in fact he only has 3.7. You can actually go ahead and follow my Twitters. I reported that the other day. I actually linked the Google Wiki account showing he has 3.7 billion. He lied about that too. But they got judges here. A federal judge Wednesday suspended a recount of the November 8th presidential election that started 3 days ago and has yet to reveal fraud or significant altered results. Either way, it's not the recount that we have to really focus on. It's whether the electors are going to defect. Now, taking ideas is a serious allegation, and I can prove that he's taken these ideas. But what we're looking at now is just the American people sitting back and watching, can this guy implement anything? He's apparently negotiated a $50 billion investment from Japanese government or some private business in Japan to somehow create 50,000 jobs. Well, I did the math last night, and it says, the math shows me that, thank you, the $50 billion investment could easily create 500,000 jobs, not 50,000. Russia is trying to control Trump. Russia is controlled by Zionists. They're Jewish Zionists that control Putin's administration. I told you that. Russia is New World Order East. They pretend like they're fighting the New World Order. It's just a sham. It's escape. It's a plan to hook you in, to make you think that Trump is up against the New World Order by siding with Russia. You see, you Trump-tards have become traitors. Yeah, Trump-tard today equals traitor tomorrow. You've lost track of what America is. America is its independent nation. We don't suck up to Russian mobsters for deals. But you, in your desperation, have picked a guy who's the biggest scoundrel in America to fix this problem, not realizing that all he did was borrow money, just like we have over the past 50 years, to keep our economy rolling along. Transcender made a good point. Thank you, Transcender. We can disagree on vouchers. I'm not willing to throw a lot of money at vouchers, I'll tell you that. So, and I don't want to take away a lot of money from our existing public school system. I will say that too. But Transcender said that if you have to focus on basic law, he sold you on ideas by lying. That is actionable as a crime, not just civil. Fraud is illegal. Good point. Thank you, Transcender. And we have another link from Scissor Fight. Excellent. Thank you. McConnell says Obamacare repeal measure coming within weeks. Good luck. You're not going to be able to repeal Obamacare. I've been saying that. Unless the Republicans can get a quorum of over 2/3 majority out of the Congress. So we'll see.
We've been given the responsibility to govern. That's what happens when you have the same party in control of the White House, the House, and the Senate. Will there be challenges? Absolutely, yes. This has been a very, very controversial law. We have an obligation to the American people to change it and to do a better job. And if we can get Democratic cooperation in doing that, that'll be great. We've been given the responsibility to govern.
This guy is married to Elaine Chao, a woman who was just given the Department of Transportation leadership to. Elaine is the daughter of a businessman who's caught moving tons of heroin on a Chinese ocean liner. Yeah. So Mitch McConnell is married to Elaine Chao. She's now going to be the transportation director, and she's the daughter of a Chinese businessman who was responsible for moving heroin. Are you getting the picture? And then we just said that Linda McMahon has been picked, the WWE co-owner of WWE. Yeah. USA Today is not playing. Isn't that interesting? But Dave will throw $400 away? No. Well, Lauren, we're going to ban you because I'm not throwing anything away. You think giving money to every U.S. citizen is throwing it away? Wow. How do you think we're going to fuel this dead economy? How do you think we're going to inspire a growth in the retail sector, which is nearly dead on arrival? I mean, it's amazing that JCPenney's and Sears even have stores right now after all the terrible sales that they have reported over the past 10 years. It's phenomenal. So our country is going to infuse a little money into its coffer when I become president. Trump won't copy this idea because his handlers won't let you have any money. You're basically getting screwed. You people that voted for him are getting screwed too. You're not going to get any money from him. You don't realize that? We have millions of people watching from India, France, all over the world. They're looking at us now going, why didn't you pick David Sponheim to run your country? Why did you choose Donald Trump? because David Sponheim didn't get a single second of media time in the past 8 years. I'm not 30 seconds behind. I'm right on target. So, being I do the show myself, and I even do my own muting, this is a nonstop interactive virtual chat show where you guys get to participate. You can make good questions. You can ask questions if you can get in here, but you'll notice that you can't even get in here. The viewers at Vaughn are limited. He's holding it down, like toggling it. So whenever you come in here, you get this screen says VIP capacity server, you can't come in. Oh, he's censoring countless people in this chat room. We could have 5,000 people in this chat room if we really could open it up. And I'm still waiting on blogtv.ca to pull it together. We are so far behind that I'm gonna offer you another option if you viewers want to come into the show. We're going to give you a chance to, hang out in another chat room, and you can just bookmark this for future reference, but I am going to be doing iVlog as a simulcast on our show. For alternate chat, go to iVlog. Yeah. Took me 10 hours to log in. Look at this, 534, yeah, see? Vlog TV was hacked. It'll take 4 more months. Yeah, I figured they were hacked immediately. I saw what was going on with Blog TV when it first started. And I thought, didn't they realize the volume of people coming to their site? And we got all kinds of error messages when the screens popped up. 10 hours. It's unbelievable. I mean, I believe you, but it's unbelievable. I'm starting to think it won't open either. So we're looking to, help iVlog start and increase their viewership. I'm setting up another dedicated chat room to read the chat over there for anybody who wants to get in there. Because I know Sarah will be happy about this. We also have a YouTube chat room, but many people just like to come in as guests. And we've opened up guest chat over there. So if we get a couple bad guests, we will eliminate it. So what's this, Sarah, here? Linda McMahon for Small Business Administration. I hope she does well too, but I mean, you're talking about WWE is based on a lie that people are actually wrestling. So is that the way he's going to handle Small Business America, is just create lies, borrow money just like Barack Obama did? I mean, he's not doing anything new. And stealing my ideas is not something new. It is unbelievable. You're a good guest, yes. Yeah, this is free entertainment for anybody who wants to come in. Bottom line is, we don't make any money doing this. We don't plan on making money doing this. This isn't about money. This is about changing the dimension of American politics. And, every night is like a political workshop. And you're right in the middle of the vortex of new politics when you come in here. Welcome to our show. It's kind of like a journey through space. My real campaign is really happening. Your fake wrestling is kind of a joke. Hey, I've watched wrestling. I enjoy wrestling, but everybody knows it's fake. The real heroes here are the UHF broadcasters. And I want to say thank you guys for popping this internet signal out around the world for people to look at. It's huge. And it has been a big, big plus for us, even though, it's been a challenge just to get to this point. But we haven't broken anybody's continuity here. We've been maintaining a good, solid show for 8 years. And again, I am the only candidate out there trying to stop the forced vaccinations, no GMO food, limiting GMO food, and getting fluoride out of our water. The world is watching, but the American people don't even know about me. So your obligation to help us is to just tell your friends and family that we do exist and we've been completely censored for years. This is not an illusion. This is really happening.
Hi, NYPD 1.
Sarah's here. Hi, Sarah. Yeah, if you're getting a little bit, kind of dizzy, I can stop that. Let me just freeze frame. In the infinite universe.
Yeah, I was holding it for hats.
So it is cold out there. We've got an icy experience going on here.
I forgot to put that thing up.
Oh, you got something here too, Probably some of the ice landed on your chin. I'll put that on your car right now.
Thank you.
We're getting ready for tomorrow. We're getting 29 degrees here, which is unusual. We are popular in Kiev, #1 show in Kiev now. Sarah, this is a phenomenal experience. And you're getting a chance to meet one of the best people in America, Sarah. She's a phenomenal person. She's been my right-hand partner and companion for 18 years, and she is an incredible person. And she is kind of the modern-day Princess Grace of America, that I feel that we need people like Sarah. If we're going to move forward, we need honesty back in Washington. And the YouTube is already deleting Pizzagate videos without permission. Wow. I knew that was happening. I made hard copies of all these videos for people that want to talk about that later tonight with me. Thank you. Thanks for that link, Scissor Fight. I'll be back shortly.
We all care what the weather is like where I live. No, just kidding. We all care what the weather is like where we each live. How about that? Hello, guest 772. Hi, Peter. I didn't know you guys were... So people do watch over at iVlog. Hi, Sir Waffles. Yeah. That's funny, Officer Mo. Sometimes. I don't always like my feet rubbed, though. I kind of... I'm not a big foot person, I have to say. That's pretty amazing, 534. So how are you, Peter, and everyone? I'm doing pretty awesome myself. I'm having a good night. Yes, David was in the Rolling Stone. Isn't that awesome? He got a little bit of press. He says, why would they call me a fringe candidate? But anyway, millions, Sarah, millions. So I should say, welcome, massive worldwide audience. I know. Great mention. Yeah, no. David doesn't have a whatever coming out album. Well, you can think that, 879. Maybe I think that about you. -4 degrees Fahrenheit where you are? Where are you? That's cold. I am... Well, let me see. I'll see what Von Live says. I know nobody cares about my weather, but Peter might. -4. That's cold. Are you snuggled up and have temperature and all that? I'm at 28.3. Ooh, feels like 28. Millions watching all over the world. Good, I'm glad you're all snuggling and you're good, Peter. No, there wasn't any ice on the streets. It was a super clear day today. So, since it was a clear day out, there was no ice. It didn't rain, so it didn't freeze. But, wow, that's pretty interesting. 534. I don't know about that, 262. I don't think that happens. Is there snow? Well, like I was saying, it was a super clear day. So it's super cold because it's that blanket that we usually have of, we usually have clouds, and then the clouds act like a blanket and keep us relatively warm, but there are no clouds because it's super clear. And since there are no clouds, then there is no snow. But all it needs is a mix, it needs the clouds to come in and stay this cold, and then we would get snow. Yeah, good question, Mo. Aw, Candyland. I haven't played that in a few years. That does seem to be a pretty popular game, though. Like, for when people buy games, it's like one of the go-to games people buy. Whereas I'm more of like a Monopoly person myself. 20, it feels like 20 up in Bellingham. Wow, Lemon Moon. Coming to your house tomorrow? The snow, it probably will. Well, 263, if you don't have something nice to type, don't type anything at all. Risk and Axis and Allies. Axis and Allies. Player, that's good. I don't think I've ever played either of those, but I probably would like them. Yeah, I'm not that's what I saw too. I just think I saw some snowflake near in this weather or something. Say something nice, rules. Learn them. Hello. All right. Is today Pearl Harbor Day? Oh, that's why the flag was at half-staff. I'm so not the best at remembering all of those. Chutes and Ladders. That is an okay game, but I don't really like it either. That's like too low. I liked Clue. The only game, like, my aunt was big into games, my parents not so much. Yeah, that is a lot, 318. Yeah. I know, I'm not saying Pearl Harbor Day is today. Over 2,000 people died in a sneak attack that our president knew was coming, so was it really a sneak attack? But it's, we do have to think about all those men and women who lost their lives. And yesterday was a National Day of Remembrance of Violence Against Women. Thank you. R4Z, what's a face palm for? Yes, I have heard the theory that FDR knew. Yeah. In JS, at the end of World War II, we dropped atomic bombs on Japan. Very sad. No. Yeah, I know. 262, very sad. Similar. They're both theories that they knew what was coming in 9/11 and in Pearl Harbor and failed to warn people. Yeah, I agree with you, 367. The Oklahoma City bombings were bad too. Yeah, that's true, Transcender. Yeah. Well, and then down in Waco, Texas, wasn't that a black ops site too? Hello, Jay, from Jay's Fix It. You fix it all. I think we is more like the U.S. government when I say we in this room. All right, I understand 816. Hopefully you can find a safe place to communicate somewhere. All right. Well, we can admit wrong, but I also agree with someone else, like Father Christmas, Transcender. I believe, like, I didn't do all these things in the past. I don't know what Salal is, so no, 367, I don't think I do. Aw, thanks, Father Christmas. You only deliver presents, not bombs. That's good. I like that. Okay, Peter. Come on over to Vaughn. I'm not medicated. I am tired. I have no idea what that is. It's a plant? Okay, no, I don't have those. Alright, awesome, Peter. Thanks. Are you really responsible for your father's sins? If you told your father not to do it, then I would say no. If you stood by and you knew your father was going to do it, then I'd say probably yes. Fortunately, I have taken out all the scotch broom. I didn't have much scotch broom in my property, and as soon as I heard it was invasive, I removed any trace of anything I did have growing on my property. Well, okay, I agree with you there too, Transcender. To a point, though, but there's also war, and that I think the rules change with that. Yeah, it's a big pain. Do you get the whole allergies to it? 367. That's fine with me. 347. I just don't think that. Oh wait, sorry. I just don't think I need to really talk about it. I don't talk about my activities. I would, David wouldn't, Frups. I don't think I would either. I just haven't had the best movie going experiences with David and all that. You bought reindeer food? Oh, nice. Oh, good. That's awesome, 367. Thank you for your work. Well, whatever. Oh, so did you get him some deer food at least, Father Christmas? No, he's not a talker in the movies. He just doesn't... I don't know. He would rather watch a movie in the privacy of his home. Let's say that. And I did go see some live drama with David. He doesn't like that either. I don't think. I didn't get the impression that he did. But his sister loves to act. And so we went and watched a couple of her plays. I was in a play in middle school. I would say I do my part to help others every day, Transcender. What play? She was in a play called The Actress. No, I don't think so, Kool-Aid. You couldn't remember all your lines. Yeah, it's difficult to remember all lines like that when you're in third grade. Oh my goodness, Officer Mo, I can agree with that. Thanks, 131. You're living a play called Living to 69. Are you 69 yet? Or are you still working on it? If I held ill-gotten booty, I would give it back. I don't hold ill-gotten booty. I don't think he's ever had that, 367. Thanks, 131. Well, then you hold ill-gotten booty, then I think you should worry about yourself and your own ill-gotten booty and stop worrying about judging other people. David doesn't really drink beer. I mean, every once in a while he'll drink a beer. It's like an ale or a light beer, blonde. But, I don't drink at all, so David doesn't usually drink because he's around me. Oh, whatever, Transcender. I completely disagree with that. I believe that... I would say this, Transcender. Then, if you believe that, then no one should be able to inherit anything, and everyone should have to work and get their own things. And I just don't... I believe that each individual can have hard work and get to where they want to be. I believe in hard work. I don't believe in... Nah, I totally don't believe in that, Transcender. No, I haven't seen how bad slavery is still in Mauritius. They helped build our country, Transcender. Our country wouldn't be where it is today without slavery. That happened. Maybe there were owners that were working alongside them. I believe maybe it is because I'm white, but I was definitely not born rich. And I believe I personally came from I would say a poor white family, and what I believe in is hard work. And there is opportunity for people out there who are willing to work hard in their own life rather than just sit around and say people owe me things because of the color of my skin or owe me things because of my ancestry. Yeah, I agree with MBT. In today's society, the only one that can hold you back or limit you is yourself. And I believe that I believe in that. Yeah, when you're born with the inheritance of being poor. It's very difficult to move away from being poor. I agree with that statement too, but I believe it is possible. Yes, 317. Perhaps there's more that we can do to help build community in our country, but I don't deal with whining and just complaining. I deal with solutions. I can agree with that, Transcender. Well, 879, the best thing I can do is continue to foster an environment of acceptance. Love will conquer hate, Kool-Aid. Good point, 131. And I believe that our prison system should be publicly run, not privately run. Hey, David Nation. Yeah, free anyone who's falsely imprisoned. What, Transcender? What are you talking about? Yes, I am tired today, 220. Yeah, I agree with you, Officer Mo. People didn't have tolerance for each other. 367. I think that's what it is. I believe in love.
Wow. Yeah, I guess I left it in here. So I made a potato omelet with some Brussels sprouts. If you want to get in on that.
Thank you, T-Bar. I'm just gonna say, but David posted this below me. And he is just saying he doesn't want to force people to have vaccines. I do agree with your statement, except I don't like your language, that if people aren't going to vaccinate, then they should homeschool their children.
Yeah, I would argue that many people have truly benefited from vaccines, but there's been a hidden danger of vaccines that have not been investigated by the FDA.
Take a breather, 879, breathe in through your nose. Out through your mouth.
Did you hear about the 8,500 people in Australia, Melbourne, that had asthma attacks from what appears to be a chemical, like, drop from the chemtrail activity that's been happening? 8,500 people in Australia have suffered serious respiratory difficulties the past few days, and they're expecting an acid rain in England that could very well affect asthma patients. And their number of asthma patients around the world is growing rapidly.
I still say, Transcender, that statement, if only we had done this and if only we had done that, you don't know what would have happened if we had actually done those things.
Yeah. If only Lincoln had lived, the Reconstruction would have been complete. Inner cities wouldn't be the way they are. Yeah, I see your point. I don't do shawarma. I do a thing called the Tao. And I use a meditation during the day, which was developed in the Tao, which is a Chinese saying, and it's designed to keep you young. And I'd tell you this, the Chinese saying, but then, you'd have the secret to youth. And that would be good too. So let me just tell you the secret to youth, okay? It is, number one, never think of yourself as old. That's important. Okay, there's the YouTube guy that talked about the banning. Great. And I use this Taoist statement, which in Chinese apparently means something. I mean, I really don't know the translation, but it's Fang Lo Wan Tang. Fang Lo Wan Tang. And I say it over and over again when I'm in the swim spa. And the combination of words is a meditation. And it makes you feel younger when you say it. Yeah, I'm 56, but I know I look about 85, which is okay. I don't mind, Thank you. Thank you very much. It's not, no, you're thinking of wonton soup. I know, I'm 56, but I look a lot older, I know. Oh, you're saying I look 42? Wow, thank you. In Chinese, it means my food is just right. Excellent. Fang Lo Wonton. And I learned new things today. Every day I try to learn something new. That's also a key to staying youthful. And eat half of what you think you should be eating. And you will live twice as long. That's little proverbs of truths. Today's Wasteful Wednesday. And in order to understand how seriously screwed up the world is right now, we really have to analyze why 50% of the food and products that are eaten in America are put in the garbage before you actually eat it. Food waste at restaurants, back doors of markets, dumped in landfills with plastic waste. We've got to stop that. We've got to recycle our waste. We've got to get a connection, a loop with the earth. And every ancient civilization has always looped food back into the soil. So we've got to do that. And that's another reason why I'm against GMOs. And the idea of GMOs that it'll prevent loss of, it'll prevent world hunger, that's just BS. The creator of Organic Magazine, the Rodale Institute, did a study showing that actually organic food, GMO-free, non-GMO, organic food, is more drought resistant than anything they can make genetically. So the best quality food is the original food in good soil. And those ideas really will be coming back and fighting the New World Order, because the New World Order wants to do mass agriculture. They want to get rid of livestock. They want to get rid of the entire idea of growing beef or pork. That's why tomorrow I'm doing a pork beef challenge coming up at 5 p.m. And we're going to be fast marinating pork and beef in my cooking show. So at 5 p.m. we'll be doing the cooking show. And then we post it to my website, where you can actually see lots of our cooking shows. If you want to pick up ideas to save money, go to my YouTube channel and just watch. Yeah, it's fun. You can just go from one to the other and just keep watching. Yeah, so tomorrow's will be beef versus pork, and it'll be the challenge. So I'm doing okay. Hey, it's Awesome Carl. Hey, it's Awesome Carl here. Hey, how you doing, man? So there's lots of ways we can fight the personal ravages of time by staying healthy. Similarly, the earth needs to stay healthy too, and it's not. Currently, Monsanto and Dow and all these companies, there you go, hashtag YouTube supports pedophilia. I like that. There you go. Good point, Scissor Fight. Well, if we don't take care of the Earth's not going to take care of us. So I'm really speaking to your core understanding of what's good. You know, all of us like good food, no matter who you are. And right now we're getting bargain basement, washed out, chemically fertilized, pesticide, herbicide, glyphosate, Roundup ready food. Genetically modified. And I just got to tell you, that's not going to help you live a full life. And you're not going to be able to have your kids live with you a full life. So you've got a choice to make. And it comes down to a political choice. Are you going to get out of the two-party paradigm or not? Are you going to stop being a Trump supporter and realize that a third party is the way to go for 2020? Because I think a lot of people have seen Trump flip on so many ideas that they know that this guy's not even, he's on shifting sands. You can't do anything on shifting sands. Now, we don't allow any type of anti-Semitism here. We like Jewish people. We thank Jewish people for being as good at what they do, that they help the backbone of our country. But we want more opportunity for everybody who are not Jewish. So if you want to become a banker, you want to improve yourself like Awesome Carl, he's good, 4 more classes left and he's done. He'll have his full internship. He'll become a healthcare professional, which is amazing. It's a huge leap for him. When he came into the show, when he first met us, Awesome Carl said, you know, he didn't have a plan. And then all of a sudden he realized getting involved as a hospital worker has helped him, and he's been elevating ever since. And he is very intelligent, but he was always told he wasn't throughout his life. It's very interesting how people, you have to improve your inner self, your inner well-being. So always think of yourself as believe in yourself. I have a poster in here. I'll show it to you. It's kind of inspirational, but it's believe in yourself. That's all it is. Always believe in yourself. Now, I know that sounds a little bit pushing the envelope. Some people who are religious don't understand. I'm not trying to say you're God. I'm not trying to in any way imply that your spiritual greatness is you. Or I'm simply saying believe in yourself. Respect yourself. So start with that, and then take care of your body, and then let's take care of the earth together. Cheers. You're a God in your mind. I understand that. The frame was awesome. Yeah, I just put it up there because it's. I have certain things that are inspirational and I keep around me on the walls. You know, it's just what I do. So we've got things going on. The Pentagon just admitted that they've been covering up $125 billion missing dollars in bureaucratic waste. And while Donald Trump talks about building military expenses and increasing military spending, I believe in miracles. Good evening, welcome, Signal 2017. Mynikas. Good evening. Pentagon buries $125 billion. They just admitted that they've hidden it, and now the Government Accounting Office is looking at new numbers. Like I said, we are right now at a $1 trillion per year expense for the military. It's amazing. Thank you. There you go. Transcender made an interesting quote. You are the closest thing to a God you'll ever know. You know, they all say that there is inherent goodness in all people. I've met a lot of people who I would say that that's true, but I somewhere along the line, they turn into weird, sick, sadistic pedophiles. And that's precisely why I have constructed the Pizzagate room. I created a Pizzagate room here. There you go. Where the network of pedophiles in Washington, D.C. seems to be quite extensive. I mean, I'm looking at a spreadsheet of all kinds of interconnections that somebody went way out of their way to do. And they've been analyzing the story. And Pizzagate is not some fake news story, in case you've been wondering. We are dealing with a series of revelations coming from the WikiLeaks that Julian Assange was able to get out. And were filtered, I'm sure, by the government, because I think the government have Julian Assange right where they want him. They've got him under their thumb, and they've been using him. But they didn't realize they were releasing secret information that pedophiles were using in the inner secret circle of the DC government underworld, the shadow government, if you will. And they use these crimes against children as leverage against politicians to control everything that goes on in Washington, D.C. So, being I've constructed a whole entire video, I put together a video library.
You know, independent filmmaker. So, of course, what better person to go...
So it'll be playing all night long into the evening, and I noticed that some of these people are having their things taken off the air. There's been a series of videos that have been removed. Pizzagate banned from YouTube now. Check this out. We'll be playing this video tonight. It's a 4.5-minute video.
So I'm really tired, and I was hoping to be able to take a bit of a break from YouTube and not put up any videos, but hey, I logged into my YouTube account and I saw I've had one of my Pizzagate videos removed, and I've been given a strike warning, which basically, if you get 3 strikes, I think they can just take your account down completely.
Okay, so that's happening to her, and then David Seaman also is having problems.
So, for the first time in more than 8 years on YouTube, I started my account in 2008. I've received a notice from YouTube of a content violation strike, which has now been recorded against my record. 2 more strikes, and I'll be permanently banned from YouTube.
Okay, they're trying to control. They're muscling these guys, and we'll be playing these videos later tonight. They're muscling anybody who talks about the pedophile network. YouTube support pedophilia. It's a long hashtag that Scissor Fight's constructed. Yeah, post it anytime you want, man. This is the deal. There are no lies. Everything you're looking at here is the painstaking effort of countless online investigators that have taken information from the WikiLeaks that were just dispelled. The government just spit them out right around the election time. And the momentum of the election opened up a whole lot of information gathering for a lot of you. I know toward the end there, it was almost like a frenetic experience, a frenzy. We were in a frenzy with new information about WikiLeaks, Hillary, connections to Benghazi, you name it. We were doing what good people who are trying to become more aware voters would naturally do. So right after that, thank you, and I will lead you. Believe me, I'm not going to stand down to these scumbags that think they can kill, or innocent children in D.C. are being killed. And I'm not kidding, all around the country, too. It's a hidden network that the FBI has yet to crack. And for some reason, the FBI upper management, the brass, has said, no, we're not going to investigate this. I know there are good FBI agents within the rank and file of the FBI that want to go farther. But they're being told by their leading overseers that they can't, because they're told by the people that pulled their strings, you got to stop. All right, so because our viewership is increasing rapidly, and the censorship, you're looking at the censorship right now in our show. In fact, you're going to see viewers numbers stay at about 100 or less because he's toggling me down. All of the people watching the show on UHF channels around the world are like going, really? These pedophiles are getting away with this, and now they're telling all the Americans they can't talk about certain words on a free and open press? What hypocrisy! So all you brain-dead idiots who absolutely don't understand, you're being manipulated to think that Pizzagate is a false flag or some sort of a fake news story. They're rolling that out there with a fake IMDb actor that came out there with an AK-40 or whatever he had and blew off a couple rounds. All that was to discredit the entire... Thank you, I'll take a look at it. And now I'm going to start actually recording these things. Yeah. Do you know how horny I am? This is what Joe Biden said to a 13-year-old girl. And this is now in the Pizzagate category. Yeah. This has been close up, and we've seen this numerous times. Joe Biden has got all kinds of groping video out there. People have copied. I played 20 minutes of Joe Biden groping women and kids. Mostly kids. But touching women, a lot of touching.
Thank you. Maggie, do you want to come over here?
Come on, baby, make me look better.
Oh.
There we go.
Do you guys mind moving this way? There we go. Right there. Perfect. Thank you.
You gotta look up at the center photographer up top of it. You ready here?
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, nice to see you guys. Thank you. See you back home, I hope.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to leave this way.
Wow. So you heard it yourself, him saying those words. It just absolutely it turns people's stomach to think that this guy is a vice president. He thinks he's going to go on and become president. He actually said he might run in 2020. Yeah, Wednesday's hump day. And it's not altered. That video was edited only insofar as it grabbed the audio and put a line of text so you could see what he was saying. Yeah. That was real. That was a real video. Hey, a lot of you people are just not of the belief that the government is corrupt. It's amazing to me. And you happen to be the people that don't trust your government officials. You're the gullible ones. You're the ones that actually believe everything you're reading in the newspaper, that they're conspiracy theorists that are running this fake story about Pizzagate, and they should just stop talking about it. When the entire Comet Pizza parlor has all kinds of allegations and related connections to the DNC, and John Podesta and Tony Podesta, and some of the weirdest emails that anyone has ever seen. Instagram messages talking about moving cheese pizza that is very sick and may not make it. References to selling cheese pizza for $60,000. These are little kids. These are little children that have been abducted. These are the children that have been taken from homes in America. There's 30 to 50,000 kids stolen from American homes every single year. They're harvesting children like they were resources. Who knows where they go? They could go to some country in the Middle East. Some rich pedophilic elitist is just hiring these kids to get trafficked over there, and the government has been turning a blind eye and not doing detailed work. The police haven't done anything. And case in point, why hasn't the FBI issued an investigation of this pizza parlor that's implicated in these WikiLeaks? Why are they ignoring it? That makes you wonder. Now, I've said this before, and I'll say it again. You've heard of Murphy's Law. Anything that can happen will happen. Well, that's kind of how, apply that same thing to corruption. If people are going to be corrupt, people can be corrupt, they're going to be corrupt. Okay? Now, if they've got a network of pedos that are out there, do you think that they want any of that to get public? So they want to squash the story of Pizzagate more than anything on earth right now because they didn't make that happen. That was a side fact of the WikiLeaks blast that was put out. They didn't filter the words cheese pizza. That's what I'm talking about. So just don't dispense with everything you see on YouTube, because I'll be playing you videos that are being pulled off of YouTube tonight in our show. I'll be playing you videos that are being censored by our free and open press. BS. There is no free and open press in America. So what we're going to do is keep that message alive and keep talking about it continuously until we can get to the root of the problem. Now, we'll be showing you an underground tunnel, Connecticut Avenue, that has recently been redeveloped, and we have video of all kinds of new work done underneath the tunnel. Could very likely lead to the very pizza store if there was an investigation. I'll be showing you videos of a woman who's been in there and says that the kids are taken by their parents into a back room behind two curtains. I'll be telling you eyewitness accounts of people that I'll actually show you cages, human cages for people in the restaurant, the ping pong restaurant that they want us to kind of ignore, who happens to be owned by the 49th most powerful person in Washington, D.C. I mean, hey, if this isn't the telltale sign of a pedophilic ring of the highest order, I don't know what is. That's why we're keeping the word Pizzagate alive. Let's move on to another topic. Like I said earlier, Donald Trump has copied yet another one of my ideas, and he does so willingly with no regard for intellectual property rights. This is my idea I came up with on record at least 7 to 8 years ago. Right during our show, I think it was 2009 or 2010, I talked about this, and I've been talking about it recently. Well, now he's tweeting that he's going to make sure that he's not going to ever pass a bill that's over 100 pages. Exactly my idea. It's unbelievable. The children are gone. You're looking for witnesses, Lone Patriot. I've sent you to this site time and time again. You just don't go to the site and check it out. Go to missingkids.com. I believe there's about 34,000 kids missing in America right now. They keep track of it. And these aren't parents taking their kids away. These are actually kids getting snatched from their homes. And you know, when you're a parent and you don't have a lot of money, did he steal blackface? That's funny. Actually, no. He took the idea that I was running with, that Barack Obama was an illegal alien, and he used that to get notoriety in 2012. I was the first birther candidate out there, and he basically used that completely. And then now he says that Barack Obama was born in America, and he's not going to pursue a prosecution of him. You see how he's such a puppet for the New World Order? I mean, I'm surprised you Trump-tards don't even see that. Thank you, Potato Girl. Yeah. I'm not taking your ideas, buddy. You're taking mine. You know it, too. Hey, yeah, millions of kids go missing worldwide every year. What does that mean? You make a statement like it's no big deal. Like it's like garbage in, garbage out. Millions of kids go missing worldwide every year. What are you, brain dead? Haiti and Eastern Europe aren't very known for documenting anything. Yeah, you're right. Well, look at what that woman recently discovered. Yeah, the lady who died, her name is Peterson, and she's dead. She was working for a human trafficking protection agency, preventing human trafficking, and it looks like she has passed away. Monica Peterson, found dead in Haiti. And she may very well be the Clintons' 116th person on the body count. If you've gone looking for the Hillary body, it's actually Clinton body count. If you Google that, you'll see 115 people dead. Well, this person from International Reporter says Monica Peterson found dead in Haiti 3 days ago. Family is kept in the dark. She was investigating Clinton. Yes. She was getting close to what appears to be a human trafficking ring, very likely connected to Clinton, and her death marks the 116th death in a long list of people who all had information on the Clintons. Okay, let me give you the link to this in the show, and you can research it more. And I'll give you a picture of her, too, to look at. I wish people would do the due diligence of posting photos of people, but sometimes they don't do it. Monica Peterson is her name, and she was researching Hillary Clinton's connection to human trafficking. I had a little food. I made some food for Sarah, a potato omelet. There's apparently a lot of Monica Petersons out there. There she is. Yeah, and here Washington Post says rumors. They're running their alternative censored media. Pizzagate rumors falsely link death of sex worker activist to non-existent Clinton probe. Yeah. Anyway, that's her picture. And she was pretty woman. You know, the kind of woman you just go, wow, why are you doing this? Because she cared. She cared about the children. That's why she did. So you get real do-gooders like this, and they will definitely reveal secrets, and that is what's been going on. And there's been a rapid effort to shut down anybody who reveals these facts. So you're seeing the death of do-gooders. I live in constant security. I'm always concerned about my safety. I realize that that's probably the biggest problem in my future will be my security. That's why I don't go around door to door and knock on your door and go, "Hi, I'm Dave. I'm running for president." I don't waste your time doing that. I talk to you every night in real time. And I'm trying to reach as many people as possible, too. But it would be very dangerous for me to do public rallies. Every single thing points to, they want to kill you, David. They want you gone. I get death threats every night. I just recorded 3 death threats in our room. I did not know Big Lots has 30% off anything in their store. Wow, that's pretty cool. I may go down there to check it out this weekend. Thanks a lot for telling me. Thanks, Big Lot, for Big Lot telling me. That's like good information. I don't consider that advertising. All right, so many of you are concerned about the ailing private sector. Donald Trump going to infuse it with $50 billion from a Japanese investor, translating to 50,000 jobs. That's $1 million per job. And I think we could do a lot better. I think we could do a hell of a lot better. Yeah. Yeehaw. So let's bring up the music and let's listen in. This is when you trip out. Okay, thank you. Okay, nice. So this is a political workshop we're going to be engaged in tonight. Wasteful Wednesday. Thanks for coming in. He didn't make the SoftBank deal. He simply took credit. Thanks for telling me. Transcender, again, Trump just taking credit for other people making a deal with SoftBank. Thanks, Jackson69. Appreciate it, man. Okay, we got other things coming in from Pizzagate. I will be recording things when I can. That's another lie from Washington Post. I don't want to even go there. Juan, you're a made-up name, and we don't really need government shills in the room. So because you are a made-up name, we're going to ban you. And don't ever post here again under a new assumed name, because you're obviously a shill for the government. Yeah, he simply retweeted it. Okay. There you go. So Donald Trump gets credit for simply retweeting somebody else's deal, creating 50,000 jobs, when really it should be 500,000 for that kind of money. Okay, Guest 355 wants to talk about the Nancy Schaefer mystery murder case. Absolutely. I did a retro of the Nancy Schaefer story on my YouTube channel, and it's at the bottom of the channel when you go check it out. I know. She died in 2010, and when you go check out my channel on YouTube, it's youtube.com/David John Sponheim, Jon. That's my middle name. You scroll down through all these wonderful cooking. Oh gosh, that crab spinach fettuccine, 5 meals for $5. They were huge meals, and they were incredibly tasty. I can't tell you how tasty that meal was. I started by frying sardines. Really unusual cooking techniques I use, but it really added to the taste, man. It was unbelievable. And then our traditional turkey dinner is a 5.5 hour blast. Zucchini turkey chili for $5 for five meals. A $2 salmon loaf for 4 people. Spicy beef spaghetti, 6 meals for $6. Unbelievable. Mummified pork in red couscous, 5 meals for $5. Twisted shrimpster. We kicked off our Halloween meals with twisted shrimpster, 5 meals for $5. Surf and turf, 1 meal for $2. You can impress somebody with surf and turf, I'll tell you. Especially yourself if you're having a lunch by yourself and you just make it. And it's like, wow, I just ate a restaurant quality meal for $2. A creepy curry chicken dinner, 10 meals for $10 or less. Ghoulish goulash. Let me get to the whole story here. Down here at the bottom, I've got so many cooking shows, it's amazing. And as you can see, my hit counters have been blocked ever since 2011. All right, let's see what we've got here. Missing kids cover-up. This is it. Yeah, it makes you want to eat dinner. Pork versus beef challenge tomorrow.
One woman, Nancy Schaefer, died. She was killed. Trying to find out why these kids are missing and what is going on in the CPS network.
But all of it is based on money, and that's where it's going to have to be cut off. The federal incentives have got to be cut off and be removed on a federal level in order to get this stopped. We have so many families calling that are absolutely delirious. They are so desperate. They do not know where to turn, and actually, they have no place to turn for help. And of course, parents. the poorer the families are, those are the ones who are targeted because they don't have the wherewithal to fight the system or hire an attorney. And they're just caught up in it, and many of them are because their children are blue-eyed or blonde or exactly what someone wants, and those families are targeted. So it is just heartbreaking as to what is going on and what we've got to do in order to bring this to an end. There are some states now that put the children on the internet, and you can just go through their pictures and choose the one you want. And then there are some children that even if you might like to, if a really good person who is really trying to help a child will choose that child, oftentimes then they refuse to let these parents have the child. So if your motives are pure as the driven snow, and you're trying to really help get a child out of that system and give them a new life, oftentimes they won't let the child go. It is one of the most corrupt situations that we could ever have in this country.
I'm going to take a look at an update on the situation of Nancy Schaefer's mysterious death from News from Underground, MarkCrispinMiller.com. And he goes on to talk about the funeral, and this occurred around April 10th, 2010. There were quite a few people, a gathering, 1,000 people that attended the funeral. And it turns out that the Schaefers were receiving death threats that had accelerated. And there was no indication from the husband, Bruce Schaefer, of him being under any kind of stress to commit such an uncharacteristic act. Nancy Schaefer was completing a video exposing the lack of oversight in Georgia's Department of Family and Child Services, as well as CPS nationally. And that video was never made. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. The video was created by William Fain of WilliamFain.com, but he never completed the video. And he took various pieces and was going to edit it, never did. Now, he believed that he knew them very well, and he was convinced their financial problems eventually resulted in the tragedy. Both he and other friends of the family corroborate that Bruce had complained of investment losses, and they received a foreclosure notice on a magnificent home they owned. But there are a lot of unanswered questions that are presented here, and I'm going to read. Okay, so this guy, WilliamFain.com, you can research it from there. He had all of the original documentary footage, 2 hours of which Nancy Schaefer and her husband had gathered from CPS organizations. And these people had engaged in investigative journalism, even though was a senator, a woman who'd served 2 terms as a senator in the Georgia area. So that's the best I can give you, and I'll give you a link to the entire video, which is also a redacted, edited version. Hey, Sir Waffles. It's a redacted, edited version of the movie's Conspiracy of Silence inside there. I pulled all the most important parts of the movie together and tightened it up to 20 minutes. So you can listen to it and see what you think. It definitely reeks of cover-up, murder-suicide. So how's everybody doing? I think we're all reeling from a pretty weird election, I'll tell you. Midweek for a lot of you who've been working really hard. Yeah, Eric Trump says it's going being king, David. It's going being king, David. Eric, thanks for coming in. I know that you've been feeding your dad information. I'm flattered that he's taken the idea of keeping the bills to under 100 pages. That's my concept. Again, it's kind of in a weird position to look at Donald Trump using my ideas to win this election and convince people he's the guy with ideas. And I'm just kicking back watching that. In a way, I'm glad, because the ideas are moving forward. That's a good thing. But you got to really question this suspicious behavior of taking ideas just to say something new on Twitter. I mean, that's just really the lowest thing anybody can do. Well, what is your offer, Eric? Because I haven't heard it. You haven't contacted me. You know my number is 707 your ATP. You don't have to be on the phone. I can just talk to you directly, privately. I'm here every night, waiting with bated breath for you to call me, Eric. Now I know you and your dad are are always working on new ideas. So if you need an idea, man, why don't you just, order one up? Lone Patriot, the poor are the ones that are going to end up taking you down when you're at some gas station in the middle of a riot trying to fill up your tank in your Mercedes-Benz because you work so hard and you have your nice retirement check, and they'll just butcher you like a common animal. I mean, don't you realize what happens with that attitude, Lone Patriot? Look at the Ming Dynasty. Look at how the people who are so rich... Have you ever read Pearl S. Buck, The Great Earth? Read it. It'll blow your mind. Thousands of years of suffering ends up butchering the upper class. And what's really weird in America is the elitists think that they can do this, that they can just continually subjugate the human race, oppress the average person. They really think like Lone Patriot does, that it's not going to come back to haunt them somehow. They might even think they're going to move into an underground cavern beneath the Earth's surface. They might think that, not realizing they have open portals where oxygen is drawn in from the Earth's surface, where they have to filter the air, which could easily be contaminated with any type of a biological weapon. I'm just saying. I'm not in any way suggesting that, but nobody is immune to the vagaries of suffering. Nobody is immune to the end product of elitism and this conspicuous income separation that is so obvious in America and around the world. So the whole world's watching. And that's why we have a show. That's why they tune in. All right, so guests back on. I did what you asked, and I stopped guests for 5 minutes. Did that make a difference? Do you feel better now? Cool. So yeah, the Missing Kids cover-up. Check it out online. I haven't seen my hit counter move since I posted the link, so I know that they're censoring the entire show. And they can't exactly knock this off. This talks about the Franklin Group and the cover-up that went on in the late 90s in Nebraska at Boys Town. And the Nebraska State Police were told by the FBI to stop investigating it because it got so serious. And there's an organization out of D.C. that nobody even knows about, and it hasn't even been mentioned in Pizzagate. But I'm going to mention it, and it mentions in the back of the movie there. It's called the Finders. And apparently the Finders are a secret group of child abductors that take kids in and get them ready for molestation. Well, Lone Patriot has this attitude that people who don't work should just die. And, I'm a social liberal, so I kind of want to help the homeless people. So when we came up with the $400 a month per U.S. citizen, we kind of thought that would be a good thing, And it goes completely against the grain of people like Lone Patriot. Yeah, I'm a social liberal. You didn't know that? Oh, wow. So a lot of you Democrats are saying, well, David, I always thought you were pretty right-wing. Time is going to make Donald Trump Person of the Year. That's so predictable. I'm going to not play that because it just makes me sick. But thanks for the link. Yeah, I didn't want to really go, down in tempo tonight. I'd rather go up. So I'm going to change the background a little bit. Add some fireworks. All right, celebration time. I didn't even know Lone Star was going to start mouthing off about poor people, but I'm not above. If he continues his hatred against poor people, I will permaban him. Gold is at 1173 and silver is taken off again. So gold and silver are coming back finally. Excellent. If you're wondering why so many people are watching me worldwide, it is because I use freedom of speech. It is one of the techniques that I was able to penetrate the international market and the entire blogosphere. And it's through this method of creating this character to impersonate Barack Obama, broke insane Obamas, that I catapulted myself to world fame. And I'm only saying that because I'm humbly trying to figure out what we have here. We have millions of people watching the show through UHF now, and we have a lockdown censored media in America that won't even cover the story. So we're just wondering when this story is going to break and when somebody's actually going to interview me from a real media outlet in the U.S. Breaking news, 1 injured after a light plane crash at Serpentine Aerodrome in Hopeland, Western Australia. Thanks, Rectal. NBT73 says, David, when I started listening to you, I thought you just talked a lot. But I have been here for a little bit now, and you do give lots to consider and make many valid points. Thanks. Well, I'm not going to censor your idea, Lone Patriot, but saying that saying that you hate poor people and would rather they were dead doesn't really work with our political ethos here. Well, I'm pissing off a lot of people when I say it. All those people that think that I've been a joke all these years, I have to tell you, I am not joking. This is a real political race, and I'm in it for good. I dedicated my life to this. This is not something I'm just going to back down because somebody threatened my life. We've got a lot to reveal, and the whole story is playing out right in front of us. There's a murder-suicide at a South Knox County gas station. That's extremely unusual. Deputies are investigating what they say is a murder-suicide that happened in a South Knox County gas station parking lot. What is it, one of these Nancy Schaefer murder-suicide fakeries? Witnesses told deputies one man shot and killed another man after a verbal altercation before shooting and killing himself. Well, that's interesting. A person could feel like their whole life is going to shatter because they've been seen killing somebody. You remember when Donald Trump said if he went out in the street and killed somebody, committed homicide, his supporters are so loyal they'd still vote for him? Maybe the guy was one of the Donald Trump supporters and, couldn't realize that Trump flipped on so many issues he couldn't handle it anymore. Either way, 2 people are dead, and that's sad. We are watching aboard the Allure of Seas in the Bermuda Triangle. No kidding. Wow. Well, then you're probably going to watch in Close Encounters of the Bermuda Kind coming up later on the show. Aliens are not our topic of discussion tonight, though. We have to talk about waste. And I guess the best thing to do would be to bring in something a little bit more evocative of waste. Okay, I guess I'll give you an artistic demonstration of what we're doing to the planet so it kind of gives you an idea of where we're at. This is the pristine planet that we think we have. And this is me doing to the planet what mankind is doing to the planet. Like I said, 8,500 people in Melbourne came down with what they're calling asthma. Let's just go ahead and cover the planet with an entire layer of brown crap. And all of its industrial waste that they just keep dumping in the sky above us. Yeah. So this is America doing this along with the rest of the world, and we're just allowing this destruction. And then what they do is, this is really interesting, while they're dumping the chemicals in the air, they're saying humans are the cause of all this pollution. Oh yeah, and $125 billion in Pentagon waste that they hide from the people. And Donald Trump wants to increase our military budget. Oh, we're off on a real good start here. I do look younger than yesterday. I noticed I've reversed my aging process. I'm looking younger every day. Yeah, she led opposition to HB 582 and SB 304. Thanks for doing more research on her. She and her husband Bruce had 5 children and more than 12 grandchildren. And Nancy Schaefer was found with a bullet hole shot in the back. She didn't even know who shot her. And then her husband, Bruce, was shot in the stomach. Well, I know you guys don't like the look of your own crap, so you flush the toilet. Well, you're not exactly helping by not cleaning the earth. By voting for Trump, you basically voted for the New World Order and the continued contamination of the earth. He's not going to stop chemtrails, trust me on that. And he won't steal this idea that I have of stopping chemtrails either. That's not something he's going to steal, I assure you. I know. The drawing is phenomenal here. I've managed to draw a lot of crap on the screen. I'm not a fraud, and I'm doing everything from an inner core of personal integrity. I'm a person driven by my principles. I don't know if you've ever met anybody who's actually does things because he's principled. I am that kind of a person. I'm the person who actually went out of my way to reveal the corruption in Barack Obama's administration. And by doing the blackface video, I think I did a really good thing. I exposed the corruption. But it's only landing on the world audience. It's not even penetrating the U.S. market. A study links brain bleeding to energy drinks. Wow. No, I don't. I don't like Hillary. I can't stand her. I would never want Hillary as president, but I'm urging all the electors now to switch their vote to Hillary because he's that bad. Trump doesn't know what he's doing. He's unscrupulous. He's a scoundrel. He's willing to take money, borrow money, and pretend like he's rich. That's really bad. He might have bought votes. Yeah, awesome, Carl. It's true. He paid a few people to go to his rallies. Suspect reported in custody after driving the wrong way on the Seattle freeway, striking at least 15 vehicles. Wow. Let's do a drug test on the guy and see if he was on some sort of a marijuana derivative. Let's rule that out right away. So yeah, that's basically what the human race is doing. It's crapping all over the earth. And the sooner you realize this, the sooner we can get to the business of fixing this. Well, Georgia legislature, yeah, good point. Nancy uncovered an unbelievable amount of corruption. She had a couple guys removed from CPS. But then they got a job in Atlanta. They were hired immediately. One place hired pedophiles at the other place. She couldn't believe it. And I'd like to know what happened to all that video that this producer created.
William Fain of WilliamFain.com.
So WilliamFain.com, let's see what we have here. Let's put the world's eyes on this guy. Let's see if he exists. He doesn't exist. So let's take and see where he went. Let's take a look. Yep, no longer has a website. You'd have to go to archive.org to find it. Huh. Interesting. So he just vanished after taking 2 hours of documentary footage about CPS and child endangerment. Okay, about measurement, is Trump worse than Hillary? Well, Lone Patriot, since you're such a traitor to this country, let's start with Russia. Yeah, let's give you a primer on all the business connections Donald Trump has with Russia, which will no doubt help his son Eric and Donald Jr. and Ivanka. Oh yeah. It's like a machine. Imagine a shark with multiple sharks behind it, like a machine sucking up the White House. Now you know why he's getting into the cover of Time magazine. Well, I thought it was F-E-I-N, but it's F-A-I-N. Let's try this one. William Fain, F-A-I-N. He might still exist. Nope. That site is up for sale. Yeah, so he had it, and now it's up for sale. So this guy just kind of evaporated since 2010, when Nancy had a deal to create him. Have him create a documentary. Yep, so you do the tracking of this guy. He worked out of the Southeast in Georgia. He knew her personally. You go from there. Like the man who glazed fences, police said he just totally varnished. Wow. Play on word pun. Funny. Look it. Hillary didn't give missile codes to China. That's just not true.
This episode is supported by Prudential. In this video, I want to talk about a serious disorder that affects billions of people worldwide. And while many treatments are available, some of them better than others, they simply result in remission from the condition at best, with reoccurrences happening early and often after treatment. It's called stuck song syndrome.
I have that. Born free as the grass blows. The wind blows. There you go. Hey, I just want to move on to something more intelligent. Blizzard shuts down nearly 300 miles of a major interstate in North Dakota. Now, these people, the people who are fighting the DAPL, Dakota Access Pipeline, the 28,000, and now 2,000 more have joined from a group of patriots. Yeah, they've joined to protect and create an outer ring around the 28,000 water protectors. Brutal cold is going to follow, so it's going to get tough. And I understand the local police are charging a $1,000 fine if you bring people food, which is a human rights violation. Go figure. Loading. A nearly 300-mile stretch of the Interstate 94 has been shut down in North Dakota. Dangerous wind chill factors will continue to plague residents in the northern plains Wednesday after a blizzard shut down nearly a 300-mile stretch. The North Dakota Department of Transportation and Highway Patrol extended the 230-mile closure of Interstate 94 further east to Fargo, according to the Associated Press. Both lanes of I-94 were closed from Dickinson to Fargo, northbound and southbound Interstate 29. So it looks like this weather modification is being used to create a massive, unbelievably cold winter for some of the people, especially in North Dakota. Now, people in our area in Washington just saw a tremendous amount of chemtrail activity east of me. On the West Coast, I didn't see much, but east of me, there was a lot of people that just saw this massive chemtrail activity. So they're creating the inversion layer to create a massive snowstorm across the country. This is going to be a record-breaking winter for the American people. Insane Canadian. Yeah, well, tonight, awesome, Carl, we got 29 degrees, which is our coldest temp so far. Okay, Standing Rock is safe, but the DAPL still needs to cross a river. Yeah. Dakota Access Pipeline is trying to cross a river, and it's in the ancient Indian lore that once they try to cross the river, the end of the world will start. And this is one of the reasons that propels the water protectors to go to this region to fight for the rights of the people to drink clean water. It's also a stand against a belief of their Native American tribal history that this is the beginning of the end of the world. Ed's SD of the Tachi Nation prays for the Cannonball River at Oseti Sakowin Camp on December 3rd. So just 4 days ago, she was out there praying. On Sunday, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers blocked the Dakota Access Pipeline passage through Sioux Standing Rock Reservation. This marks a victory for protesters who have been camped out for 8 months on the Cannonball Native American tribal land. And the $3.7 billion pipe was supposed to pump 450,000 barrels of crude oil a day under the Missouri River just north of the reservation. If the pipeline was built, it could burst and threaten the tribe's water. Yep, this is the third time the Army Corps has rerouted the DAPL. So apparently their efforts are making a difference, which is really interesting. It's interesting to note, too, that Donald Trump has $2 million invested in this area that he's giving to his sons. And it's going to be interesting to see if he's going to lead on any environmental issues, or will he be more like Ronald Reagan when he hired Secretary of the Interior Watts to do nothing.
Well, I'm sure that he's handling something. I'm sure that we're protecting the environment. I'm just not sure what the environment is. Is that a word I should know?
Ronald Reagan wasn't too bright, in my opinion. I didn't vote for him, by the way. I voted for Jimmy Carter. We have a pictorial representation here of draining the swamp. It's hard to drain the swamp when you keep bringing in alligators. That's a good one. Thank you, Scissor Fight. That's a good one. Wow. Yeah, totally. So there's a reason why I have these words on the screen. These words were the words of Ed, who is right now battling lung cancer. He's in 4th stage lung cancer, and he's a guy who's been in our room for years, and he said, make it jail Hillary, deport Obama, and dump Trump, and I've been doing that ever since, in honor of him. He's fighting some serious battle with his health. No, those Indians just stopped a major disaster from happening, and the river could have been completely contaminated. Yeah, I'm not in any way voting for a loser. I've been working for the idea of an evolved intelligence in Washington. Being I am a person who has intelligence, I think we need people like me in Washington. Not people who are corrupt, engaged in sex, pedophilia, and satanic blood drinking rituals. I don't think those are the kind of people we need in Washington. I don't know, maybe it's just me. Ed's probably still around. He'll be coming back. He's not done yet. He's just probably getting some treatment. Or maybe he's sitting in his motel room going, "What's it all about, Alfie?" I mean, you got to wonder. I mean, if I were in Ed's position, I'd get the best edible marijuana, THC on earth, and I'd be eating it like candy. Yeah, tell me about it. Plus, I think he should be eating ginger. They say ginger is 17,000 times more beneficial than chemotherapy. Yeah, remember that? We had a link from like 3 months ago. Let's see if it's there. Nope. It's 4 months ago. Natural News. Isn't it great to have instant access? Yeah, stage 4 lung cancer can't be good. Here we go. The amazing health benefits of ginger. Ask and ye shall receive. Uh-oh. It combats diabetes, relieves cold and flu symptoms, helps relieve arthritis, helps relieve nausea and motion sickness. It helps with your stomach. Yeah. That's not the article I was looking for, though. No, I'm not gay. I told you that. Your gaydar is broken. Okay, it's up to 10,000 more effective. 10,000 times more effective. Here it is. Natural ginger is up to 10,000 times more effective than chemotherapy. A study shows. Yeah, I heard the pro wrestling magnate Linda McMahon is going to head the Small Business Administration. So basically, the SBA will be all about fakery, pretending to be in a battle against other people, like WWE. You could, yes. Well, I've been talking about it for some time. I mean, what can I say? I could give you information nonstop in the show. If you can take this to the mat right now and try it yourself. I'm not giving you any medical advice. I don't know. It's some psyops alien sky trying to accuse me of being, yeah. David, ban Lone Patriot. Okay, Lone Patriot, you're out of here. You're the buzzkill here. You've been banned. Thank you. I take your advice whenever I need it. Guess 1405 convinced me. It's time. Ban the negativity.
You're either on my bus or you're off. And I only have positive energy on my bus.
It's true. We just can't. And by the way, it's not 17,000 times. It's 10,000 times. So I have the article in front of me. I was telling Sarah about this, and we eat ginger all the time. You can get great candied ginger at Trader Joe's.
Yeah, candied ginger.
It's really uncrystallized.
Uncrystallized.
Yeah, she's really awesome. Sarah's been eating more ginger than me, actually, but I've been eating it now more often. Just you got to prepare, your immune system against all atrocities in our society.
I've never tried candied salmon. Wow.
Hi, Randy. I don't know if you could give a dog ginger, but you might want to mix up some chicken with it. Yeah, kind of tone it down a little bit. You don't want to put it in there really. You could just start with ginger powder, you know. Sarah is not. Sarah is wearing a wonderful wool coat. She's not overweight. Neither am I. Yeah, now Trump's using my same idea, announcing a new 24-hour network will get access to White House briefings. Yep. That was also my idea. Yeah, we know that he copied that idea about 6 months ago. We were going to offer a 24-hour poll system, though, not like his idea. We actually were going to offer online polls, and every day I would be online to talk to the American people for 1 hour. So that's still something that Trump's going to have to do if he wants to really copy my idea. You got another ginger link? Okay. Yeah, the hat is artificial. It's not made out of actual fur, Randy.
It's all polyester.
And this is the ultimate journal PDF document. Look at this on ginger. Oh. From the U.S. National Library of Medicine. Look at that. Wow.
49 pages.
You know, cardiologists don't want to tell you, but vitamin B6 is considered a natural way of helping your blood pressure drop. And all these things are, you know, indicative of the benefits of natural homeo remedies. These are things it's good for. It's a whole cumulative knowledge on ginger. But yeah, vitamin B6 is another thing you may want to consider. It's folic acid, and it's considered very good for your body and for your heart's functioning. And I know cardiologists generally don't talk about that stuff because they don't want it to be so cheap. You mean to say I don't need to pay you $500 for this visit and I can just go get some vitamin B6? Oh, okay. And it can help you sleep, yeah.
Hi, Jackson. Hi, Carl.
You know what I do is
Ginger, yeah.
I actually, there's a lot of vitamin B vitamins in broccoli. And there's calcium. And I actually eat raw broccoli sometimes before I go to bed. It actually makes you sleep better. It's better than eating bread, which is also high in B vitamins. B12 is great as well. It's considered one of those things that you really need, especially if you're a vegan. You run low on B12. Yeah. The one side effect of the B vitamins, though, B as in boy, is it will make you hungrier, and you're going to want to eat more. So, yeah, I heard he's going to keep a guy who's an avid anti-climate gate guy as a head of the EPA. I heard that was going down. I don't really care. I mean, he just needs to downsize a lot of those agencies. EPA is not doing its job. But I'm not seeing reform from Trump. I'm seeing a guy who just likes to do things to show people he's doing something. It's going to be very interesting to see if any of his choices for people are going to be any different than... I don't know, Meta-Nemesis. I can't answer your question. It's going to be interesting to see if any of these appointments are going to be any different than the czars that Barack Obama had. Remember the czars? All right. I'm not a bully, no. I've never bullied anybody. I hate bullies. In fact, I grew up hating bullies.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're one of those kind of reminders of how Neanderthal the human race is. To see people like Trump bully people. I just think it's wrong. So yeah, we kind of were concerned about... Let me change your scene to go to your scene. Because this is a... I don't think Sarah really cares about the dumping Trump and deporting Obama. I think that's not on her agenda. It's on my agenda, but we have different political views, so... Oh, there we are. See?
Nice.
Yeah. That's her room.
Except you've got other things in my room I probably wouldn't...
Oh, I'm getting rid of those, yeah. Don't worry. We are going to clear out your room. I opened up a whole room 5 for just that stuff.
Oh, good.
And they're being... All the videos that I've been playing on the Pizzagate story have been scrubbed from the internet. So we're actually getting ahead of the story considerably by making copies of them, and we'll be playing more of those reveals about the secrets that are being kept at that pizza chain in D.C. Actually, one of many. It's all connected to a series of private pizza stores around the country that are involved in human child trafficking. And the story gets worse and worse. So I'll be dealing with that. Sarah doesn't want to go there, and I don't blame her. Yes, Scissor Fight is here, and we're all a big happy family. We're getting through this weird time we're living in all together in our show.
Yeah, we're having a really wonderful time.
Thanks, Rectal.
All right.
Yeah, well, Department of Energy didn't really do its job, Flanker, because Department of Energy doesn't even handle oil. They don't even cover oil. They see oil as a commodity, not a resource. And if Obama didn't do anything, Trump's certainly not going to do anything. Trump's even said he's keeping the privatization of the oil industry. But I've openly said the Department of Energy should manage oil, and we should have a national fuel tax to supersede all state taxes, getting rid of them and giving states back money out of that national tax per capita based on their population. So that alone would be a major shift toward getting the necessary seed money to keep, like the Dakota Access Pipeline, from crossing the Missouri River. Working out new alternatives that would be suitable to the Native Americans who are living there. I mean, these are solutions we could work with local tribes to make sure that they're on board with the technology that we're going to be using, and making sure everybody's in agreement. We don't have to proceed right away. We could just take our time and do it right. Well, we need to downsize the Department of Energy. I don't know what it's really doing. So when I say I want them to take over oil, I kind of want them to do something important, not just sit there and do nothing. Because I don't really see them doing anything right now.
So broccoli and cabbage is also another thing. And a reaction in broccoli and cabbage takes place simply when the vegetable is chewed. Eating cruciferous vegetables causes the human body to be exposed to pentyl isothiocyanate.
So she's reading about homeopathic cures and things like that.
We don't have a basement or anyone.
Yeah, we don't have a basement.
I was reading that link David had given me.
All right, I'll step out for a bit. Thank you.
Yes, that's true. Rectal. And they also, the Department of Energy does a lot of research into batteries as well. I know, MBT. People can ask all they want. No, I don't think there's a cure for that, 449. Yeah, sure, chat room celebrity, sure. I like all people, 353. No, I don't know. I understand your attraction, 591. I look more awake than I did earlier tonight. I did take a mini break, power nap. I was quite tired earlier, so I took a little power nap, but it was fine. Hey, Master Meatball, how are ya? I'm working on it, 591. Oh, thanks. Yeah, you like my hat. I have not eaten at Tim Hortons. It's more of a Canadian thing, right? I mean, I've seen Tim Hortons up in one or two places, but I haven't actually stopped in and eaten there. Oh, Burger King owns Tim Hortons now? Oh. Thanks, Master Meatball. You know what? It was all David's doing coming back to iVlog. So keep people coming in, and that will, maybe David will keep broadcasting here. Aw, thank you, Jackson. You like my hat? Good. Five Guys. I have heard they have good burgers. I haven't been there. I like Carl's Jr., their Western Bacon Double Cheeseburger. That used to be my favorite when I was a kid. I don't know. I haven't had it in like 2 decades, so I'll have to try it out. Oh, goodness, you're right. In-N-Out burgers. Those are amazing, too. Did I ever watch Spies Like Us? No. You have 3 on one block in Tim Hortons? Are you up in Canada, MBT? We do zone heating in this place. You're in a flyover state? What does that mean? You have flyover burgers? Oh, Shake Shack. Oh, they don't have that here. Yeah, I'm very glad I'm back at iVlog. Oh, Shake Shack, fries are not good. I think I tried a Shake Shack when I was in Spokane. Can't remember though. Oh, okay. Alright, they're just talking about all their best burger joints. I don't even, actually, you know the burger, I had this burger, the last burger I had was called a Meteor Burger, and it's served at this place called, a restaurant in my town called Flyers, because, like, there's the Navy Flyers, and I hear a Navy jet right above my head right now. And so this burger, they put on it peanut butter. I think they put bacon. Pretty sure it's bacon. Jalapenos and a little bit of maple syrup and bacon. It's really, really good. I know, peanut butter on a burger sounds weird, but it's actually really good. I mean, I guess I must be a big peanut butter fan because I eat peanut butter on a burger. I eat peanut butter on and then my one of my favorite dishes is peanut chicken. Yum. The best peanut chicken, Thai's famous peanut sauce. I like that. It's like the coconut milk and the peanut butter together. Yum. That's my favorite. Yeah, I know. They don't put a lot of maple syrup on the burger. Just a tiny bit, but it's interesting. Oh, you're secretly smearing peanut butter around the world to combat the peanut butter allergy chain? You're giving all these people anaphylactic shock? That's not a good idea. Oh goodness, 591, that's just so gross. I'm gonna purge that. Ugh. No, 707, because that means more money out of my pocket. Yeah. Well, so, I'm a big, like I was saying, I like nuts, so I do toasted almonds, which is really good. You put raspberry jam on KFC's Nashville chicken. It was awesome. You have a new secret sauce for them, raspberry jam. All right. What do you mean let him pay? What? That does not compute. 707. Well, walnuts, almonds, cashews, Brazil nuts. Peanuts are okay, but when you have all those other nuts, those are good. Pecans. Ooh, yes. Or peanut butter and waffles and maple syrup. Yum. Or peanut butter pancakes if you can't do waffles. I'm a really, I didn't realize I was such a big peanut butter fan. Isn't that crazy? Are they really? Actually, not here. Well, if you go to Costco, I guess, Bengalitis. Pecans, yeah, they could be almost as expensive as a slice of steak. But per pound, walnuts are like, I can get walnuts for $3 a pound, whereas meat is like minimum of $5 a pound. Okay, we do have the dill pickle chips. Is that like fried dill pickles? I have never heard of the rest. Milk in bags. Crispy Crunch. Is Crispy Crunch like chocolate? Thank you, 491. Yeah. Yeah, I do agree with that, Bengalitis. I broke down and decided to do it this year, though. $55 a year. I got a $10 card for signing up, so I figured that's like $45 a year. So, anyway, I decided to splurge and do it. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna have to think about that, Super Dave. What is the poutine exam? Fries with gravy and cheese curds. Yeah, I don't think Americans would like that. Yeah, chicken, $2 a pound, something like that. Yeah, I could see that being sticky, and I guess some people would probably like it. I like the cheese curd idea. Wow. That is something to think about, Super Dave. Thanks for doing the calculations for us. Where? Oh, organic chicken. Yeah, but any kind of meat is like way more expensive than that. The gravy melts the cheese on your fries. It's so good. Like, what kind of gravy? Is it like a white gravy? Or is it like a turkey gravy? Or is it a brown gravy? It's a brown gravy? Some places it's turkey, some places it's beef, but it's fries. So it's like potato fries with cheese curds, and then you pour the gravy on, right? And then the hot gravy melts the cheese all over your... That's kind of cool. That's kind of like, you know, I like nacho cheese sauce on seasoned fries. You know, like those spicy fries or curly fries. Oh. Exam's like, no, it's not good, Sarah. Poutine is not good. Alright. You know, it was really cool. When I was living in, so I lived in Northern California. Okay, are you here? You taking notes? Here's some notes about my life. Oh, too bad. Oh, David was good. Never mind.
Oh, I'm good. Thank you.
All right, so ready for the notes? Pick up your pencils or open your notepad. Busy scribbling. I'm Caesar. All right. So the thing is, I used to live in Northern California, in Humboldt County, to be specific, just for a short time, a year or two. But while I was there, my younger sister was in kindergarten, and I was an adult. And ooh, that sounds good. Ovaltine. There's a D in Humboldt after the L and before the T. Anyway, she went on this series of field trips in kindergarten, and they were looking for volunteers to go with them, so I went with her. And they were such cool field trips. I don't know if it was like 3 days of field trips or they did I think it was 3 days of field trips. So the first day was, I don't have a thought about that 884. Ask David. The first day they went to a farm and they actually got to milk a cow, which was pretty cool. And they saw the chickens and the goats and all the little things, and this was a big farm. And the next day, I think they went 2 places. I think it was just 2 days. But the next day they went to a creamery or a cheese maker, and they watched the process of the cheese being made. So and then they also went to where they make the ice cream. They went, and that was so cold. Like, if I was wearing this, I would probably still be cold. Yeah. And it was in where they made the ice cream, and they gave them all like little tiny samples of ice cream. And it was like with the heavy cream, and that was pretty cool. It was like I learned a lot just watching it myself. Of course, that milk is white. And so when they first make the cheese...
Milk is waste.
Milk is white.
Oh, white. Yeah, okay.
Okay, so when they make, of course, the cheese, the orange cheeses have added coloring.
Yes.
Whereas the most cheese, like Monterey Jack, is no added coloring. Whereas cheddar, of course, they add color to it.
I always see this thing that says annetto. What is annetto? It's a yellow...
Annetto is some kind of almond flavor, I thought.
Because it's a yellow substance that's called annetto. I don't know what it is. I'm sure...
I thought it's not an almond flavoring. I don't know now.
I know that...
Now you're making me doubt
marzipan
myself,
is I know, but I think I've seen annetto on the packaging of most of those yellow cheeses. I get the Monterey Jack and...
annetto color.
And let it sit there for 6 months in the refrigerator. And it turns into sharp cheese. You can actually age cheese in your refrigerator.
Oh, this is what it is. I never do this.
It's some sort of a plant.
It's orange-red condiment and food coloring derived from the seeds of the achiote tree. It's often used to impart a yellow-orange color to foods, but sometimes also used for its flavor and aroma.
Cool. Yummy. Well, that's nice. Yeah, so we have that in common. We can all talk about plants that are, used as coloring. So it's not that bad for you to eat the yellow. I guess you're eating something natural, right? Hypothetically. You get white cheddar only. I don't blame you.
Oh, I love pepper jack.
Oh, yeah.
I like pepper jack and brie. Oh, I think I'm going to go have some brie.
Yeah, open up that President's brie we have. Mm-hmm. And I did make a potato omelet. If you want to throw it in the microwave, you can, if you're hungry. And there's also Brussels sprouts.
I'll have the Brussels sprouts. You can have the potato omelet.
I'll eat the potato omelet. I love it.
I'm not.
I cook it slowly on the stove in the morning, and it's fantastic.
That's good.
It's from natural, non-GMO potatoes with incredible...
I know you like that.
Non-pesticide onions and an egg and a little cheese. I think the Linda McMahon nomination is a slam down. It's one of the most amazing competitions you'll ever see. Linda McMahon as the Small Business Administrator is going to be fantastic. Coming up on WWE, we'll be talking about some of the incredible stuff that's coming out of the Donald Trump campaign when he kicks ass in America.
Oh, that is good cheese. Seriously.
Some of you people really want to talk that way, I know. He chooses a WWE person. I think that's kind of like a shot in the dark. I mean, she's not grounded.
I like my hat.
Check out, your hat.
All right,
is
if I ever make it up to Canada, I'll give it a try, MBT. Probably stay with the side of jalapenos, though.
Ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we're going to be saying goodnight to Sarah. Okay, thank you. Good night, Sarah.
Good night, David.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sarah leaves and Linda McMahon is chosen the WWE co-founder as America's top small business administrator. Yeah! God, what a joke. What have we become? Idiocracy, exactly. Sarah was awesome, though. She gives you a real natural cut of Americana when you see her. She's living the American dream, really. I mean, you work hard, you study, you get a degree, and you work hard, and you have a decent life. It's not that hard to attain if you really put your effort into it. Unfortunately, some of you don't want to do that, and that's just the way it is. That's why we came up with a baseline plus plan where everybody gets $400 a month, no matter what you do. So if you don't want to work in the machine and be a cog in the wheel, you don't have to, but you can get by on enough food money. And if you can live in a tent, your life will be sweet. Are you guys ready to hunker down in a tent and get your bug out bag out of your car? I hope you've all built your bug out bag, because if you haven't, you're going to have to. Get something like supplies and put them together in your trunk of your car, and try to prepare for the worst possible scenario where you and your family are trapped in the middle of a freeway situation, and you want to get out of a very tough situation where people would identify where you are. So what I suggest is get a pup tent. They're as low as $20 for Christmas. I've seen them for $20. And go out and get a tarp. And I talked about this on one of our shows before. I'll bring it to you again. Cabela's has a tarp that's a amazing price of only camo tarp. You go to Cabela's and put in camo tarp. I'm just telling you, this is how to survive in the middle of nowhere. You should redo your bug out bag. Okay, they've got a camo tarp, mid-grade camo poly tarp. It's like 10 by 10. And it is available for only $12.99. That's right, only $12.99. You can have a tarp to go over your pup tent for $19 or $25. So for an investment of about $30, you can hide anywhere in the woods. Anywhere. Just pull off the highway, park your car, and just literally park your vehicle. Take the tent, you and your family, the 3 kids, go in the 3-person tent, crowd around in that tent, and hide. That's your starting point, is you create a little pup tent for you and your family. Isn't that a great idea? For only like $35, you put it in your trunk. I mean, you got to have food, too. So what kind of food would you eat? Well, it turns out most genetically modified food is going into these survival packs that you get at the store, so you don't want to get GMO food. So you've actually got to pick and choose between things that you know you can rehydrate. But the best thing, I think, is peanut butters and crackers. Peanut butter and crackers, or maybe some protein bars. That's easy. Grab about 25 protein bars in a little box like that. That'll help you and your family survive. And get a water filter and a little medical kit and save your family. You don't know what's going to come your way. I'd hate to see it if all of you just, sit there and just ignore what I'm saying and go, yeah, whatever. This guy's kind of a joke, dude. But you will thank me for just talking about this stuff. Some of you are spontards. Welcome, spontards. Yes, come on in. Yeah, we're here to kind of commiserate and talk about how we can save money. I think it's a great idea, putting a vertical windmill on top of telephone poles. No, I can't do you a favor. Do I look Jewish? David, do me a favor. God, man. Take your favor and stick it. So, You found a video? Good. Excellent. We could harvest the energy on the wind. Last night we talked about technologies being developed in Japan where they harness the energy of a typhoon. We can just get wind energy going all the time. This whole thing about creating electricity using old-fashioned methods, we could begin to segue to another part of using energy efficiently. That's the problem with the Trump model. It's so corporate. Corporations are just going to continue to suck money out of our government, siphon us and harvest us like a resource. And the Wall Street welfare executives like Donald Trump are just going to continue to pad their pockets. You know that's going to go down. You definitely are Jewish looking. Oy vey, look at this guy. He's calling me a Jew. What is wrong with you? You have no idea that my name is David Sponheim and I come from a German family? Wow. Many of you people really don't like the word racism, but I think we should really apply it to our show right now. And I'm going to call you a racist, calling people Jewish when they're not. Yeah. No, you should look at my background. Have you read my Circumvita? Did you get the briefing from... No, you didn't. Well, a long time ago, about 900 years ago, my family had a castle. We built it over 500 years in Germany, in the Rhineland. Let me take you there. But first we must go to the pasture where my cow is grazing on glyphosate Roundup Ready. Welcome to Glyphosate Roundup Ready Cow, where you can milk on the nectar of tumor-producing glyphosate. Yes, this animal looks healthy, but it's not. It'll be dead in about 2 years. I know. That's so sad. But on the way to the castle in the Rhineland, you meet cows like this. But we don't want cows like that in the Rhineland with glyphosate. And that's where I come in. You see, my name is David Sponheim. And my family have farmed for centuries. And we have decided that Roundup and all the toxins have created a terrible plague upon the earth. And I'm here to warn all the human beings that are listening to me right now that we are killing the earth. And that this Roundup, which is being dispersed, is now at 7.5 billion tons of Roundup on the face of the earth. So as a German of great heritage and having a castle in my name, I'm telling you, stupid morons, that we've got to do something. This chat is out of control. Time for the Sponheim touch. I wouldn't work for a scumbag unless the scumbag had to have me work for him. When this scumbag gets in the middle of a modern day crisis, he won't know what to do. He'll have to turn to good old Dave, who he stole ideas from during the campaign. I'll let him contact me, thank you. So this windmill could produce tremendous amount of energy across the nation. I'm beginning to think this is like Vomitville here. You like my castle? It's not my castle, it's the castle my family laid the brick of. But these are the kind of things we need to do, is help this world, make it better. Very, very suspenseful music. Okay. Oh, here you Donald is stealing them as we speak. Yeah. See, Donald's not very prideful of his Germanic heritage. He changed his last name from Trump to Trump. The original last name was Drumpf, and it's equal to Trump now. So he's kind of a fictitious character, kind of like the Rothschilds. The Rothschilds are actually the Bauers, and the Bauer family were just court Jews in the New World Order. Yeah. They were simple court Jews. They weren't even Jewish royalty. So now when we look back at the history of this region and how my family has kept it from, for centuries, from the vagaries of people like Trump, the Drumpfs, or the Rothschilds, We now have one more thing to protect. Your great nation, America, which is now under attack from a corporation, a shark-like corporation called Trump International, or whatever it's called. Obviously, the Sponheims and Drumps were warring Germanic tribes, and if you research this, you'll find out more. But I'm not going to give you all the historic data. I'm not going to bore you with that. U.S. airline to charge passengers extra to use overhead lockers. I think I've heard everything. Not only would I not fly in a plane, because of the auto navigation systems being hackable, I can't imagine getting into a plane like that and paying for overhead baggage. I mean, that is so cheap. I can't tell you. Or better yet, I can tell you. And I'm going to tell you now. United Airlines, one of the world's largest carriers, is facing fresh criticism over plans to charge passengers extra for the use of overhead lockers. The airline, which welcomed almost 139 passengers in 2015, will introduce a new basic economy fare in 2017. Those who opt for the cheapest ticket will be allowed to travel with a single small item in luggage, measuring no more than 9 inches by 10 inches by 17 inches.
Hi, I'm here with my bag. Where am I supposed to stick it? I'm in the steerage area of this ship. Could I please have a small hanky in case I can use as a parachute when I drop 12,000 feet from an airplane accident? Caused by a Wi-Fi hackable auto navigation system.
You might as well just walk in the door with a tinfoil hat and they'll say at security, sir, you know you're wearing a tinfoil hat. I know! It's the gamma rays! You know how much radiation you get in a plane, flying on a plane? I know a person who knows a person who actually had a brain embolism because he flew back and forth to a law firm. Okay, nobody killed any Jewish people on my family's side. Thank you. Yeah, the UA will charge you for the polluted air you breathe on their crappy planes. Yes. Is David a prophet? Well, people have been asking me, David, you hang out around the castle as a shepherd. It's been my job to hook wayward sheep into the fold, and I've been doing that here. So I'm not saying I'm a prophet, but I am a shepherd of sorts. Any questions? Well, I'm not really interested in the castle, but I'm not Jewish. You know, if I was going to stake a claim to this castle, I would have applied, I would have gotten to the Rhineland, I would have gone ahead and applied for but I'm not Jewish, I'm German. So I have not lost it. I'm just trying to bring in the wayward idiots like you, Guess 411. You think the whole world is as simple as just waking up it hasn't affected you yet. You're not living in the street down there with stage 4 lung cancer. You haven't quite gotten to that point where a lot of people are. So you just don't know. Yeah, I acquired this holy cane from a man. I can't even tell you the story because I'm writing about it in my book. But anyway, as my journey progressed throughout life, this has a lot of power. I kind of sense something going on with this pole. I don't know what it is. I'm not really an animist, but maybe it's some sort of an ancient light rod or something. Dude, they should not smoke meth for sure. I don't know what kind of wood it is. Like I said, it's a mystery to me. A lot of the things around me are mysteries. I have a collection of rare antiquities that most people don't even know exist. I'm not for drugs. No, I'm for legalization of herb, marijuana. A wonderful product which has a fantastic yield. Basically, marijuana yields 5 times more textiles, fabric, paper, you name it, than wood. So marijuana poses a big, huge plus for humanity. It's a growing, actually, financial solution for a lot of state governments. I wanted to get to the simple fact that state governments are running out of money. And states like Washington are kind of spearheading a new and wonderful new future with legalization. And a lot of people are concerned about legalization not getting through the 25 other states that need to legalize it. So I believe that this isn't a drug, it's an herb. And it's very medicinal. In fact, so medicinal, the government, the AMA is now calling it medicinal. So hemp grows from a seed to maturity in approximately 12 to 16 weeks. 1 acre can produce durable paper and paper-like products compared to it taking 4 acres of trees. It also can produce clothing, biodegradable plastics, fuel, health food, medicine, and shelter. And totally gets you high if you're into cannabis. Ask the government why it's illegal to grow it. Yeah. Ask your government official, why aren't you legalizing weed like Maine just did and Massachusetts just did? Are these aren't necessarily, well, Massachusetts is a liberal state, but Maine's kind of a conservative state, and they still legalized it. I'm not obsessed with cannabis. I'm trying to help the economy here. Let's just say this. The economy is running at a massive deficit. When we talk about Wasteful Wednesday, I think all of you need to know that the money the government is using to pay for its operations is completely borrowed. That every day, the money that they use to run the country. I heard hemp house and hempcrete are perfectly, they can use lignin to hold the hemp together, and it's waterproof as well. Yeah. Thank you. George Soros wants to legalize weed. I'm not a George Soros fan. Unlike Donald Trump, I've never accepted any money from George Soros. Donald Trump is a big George Soros beneficiary. You know, we haven't talked a lot about Donald Trump tonight. You know, we kind of steered away from his connection to Jeffrey Epstein. Tell me at any time during the show that if you want to go back to talking about his connection to Jeffrey Epstein and Orgy Island. Feel free. No, I would not take any money from George Soros. I banned you, Lone Star, because all you did was run your mouth off about how you hated people who were poor and how you wish they were dead. I mean, that's one step away from genocidal mania in our chat room. I don't consider that appropriate. That's why you were banned. No, I bought my own cars for my own money. Let me tell you how I saved up $8,000 to buy a Honda Insight. Now, I'm talking about wasting your own personal income right now. I do my own haircuts. Prior to 1983, I did pay $30 a haircut. I know. And I must tell you, if you cut your own hair over your lifetime, you'll save probably close to $20,000. Anyway, in 2006, 10 years ago, I bought a vehicle, the Honda Insight, that I currently own.
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV.
Yes, sir. Can I help
having
you?
an incredible time. This is, in fact, day 54. I thought yesterday was day 54, but we did a recount, and we determined that today is day 54 as we approach the election. And as your potential write-in candidate, David John Sponheim, I'm here to show you my hybrid electric vehicle. It's not a plug-in hybrid. That's something I want to build at the U.S. Auto Corporation that I want you, the people, to own. Check out this vehicle. Isn't that...
We're on the phone now with a person who's calling up to talk. What's up? I haven't screened the call or anything. I just wanted to say what's happening. Okay, we're looking at my car. I still drive this car, by the way. It looks exactly like this. I'm saving a lot of money. It's getting like 56 miles per gallon. Yeah, so you're on, caller. Go ahead.
Well, I guess I believe that for sure. I was going to start something a little off topic. Is that all right?
Yeah, go ahead. Whatever.
What do you think about how much division we're seeing in America, and what do you think about possibly maybe us seeing the very first steps of a civil war in our country?
Well, we haven't even tried civil disobedience yet. I mean, the political alternative has always been sitting right in front of us. We have an entire method to get on the ballot in every state. This third party has been waiting for all of your participation. People are so kind of lackadaisical and apathetic in America. It's highly unlikely they're going to grab their munitions and their armaments and start a civil war. I believe we've been dumbed down. I believe we've been dumbed down. I believe we're like field animals who are receiving our fluoride injections in our water and our soda, our beer. Fluoride's always...
Like we're all getting bought off our fancy iPhones and shit like that.
Yeah, that too. Diversions. All kinds of diversions keeping us from actually doing anything. I mean, you can watch porn, you can play video games, you can go down and see a movie, you can hang out at a local coffee shop and get, high on caffeine. You can do a lot of things, but you can masturbate all day. I mean, all these things just keep everybody not focusing on what we need to do. So it's highly unlikely we're going to have a civil war. That's what I think.
You said unlikely?
Highly unlikely, yeah. We've been completely dumbed down.
Honestly, dude, I feel like if something were to happen, it would be started by the right. I feel like the left has kind of just basically pussified, if you don't mind. I don't feel like they have the balls to do anything, but I feel like if Hillary would have won, we would have been seeing the first revolt against our government in a fucking long time,
No, I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, every time I hear about people who are going to have call to arms, I see a situation like the Bundys, and their efforts are well noted to try to stop the takeover of our government. But they were in fact vindicated of any crimes, and they're free now. But it's interesting. Usually, it doesn't turn into more than about 50 to 100 people gathering at one location. So all I'm saying is, even Soros has been creating paid riots around the country with his people that come in buses. It's like a make-believe riot. It's not like a massive revolution. I still believe our political alternative is the best alternative. We can all gather online. We can all enjoy our separateness and collective separateness, I call it, where we have our own world, and we can communicate on similar issues on a daily basis using this technology. And that's why I still think this is the revolution that we've been waiting for all these years. And now that we've got a world audience, I'm convinced that it is. We are actually worldwide now, which is great. But what about the loss of electricity or water? Anything like that could trigger a revolution of violent nature. Because whenever people are like completely starving, they turn into, dangerous wild people. It's natural. So...
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So if food and water and electricity keep flowing, I don't think we're headed toward a violent revolution. But if all those things change, yeah, it could get real violent. It could get right down to the streets where people are just surviving against their neighbors. That's a seriously scary thing, especially if we were hit with an EMP, electromagnetic pulse. Could trigger a shutdown. Seriously. Like this whole grid would go dark. Everything behind me would go completely dark. That's possible. Yeah.
True.
Cool.
Do that, man. Well, hey, thanks for your insight, dude. And niggers!
Yeah, I kind of figured you're the same guy. We don't really react much to... he's the only guy that calls. Amazing. We don't really react much to the N-word here. It's not that, it's like, freedom of expression. I even did a blackface video. So that's what people do. If you really want to, look into the background of American history, there are no laws against saying the N-word. Not one law exists. He acts like he's doing something really out there, But it's amazing he tries to phrase everything in terms of a serious subject as though it's this big opportunity. He doesn't realize that he can't think for himself. In the latest example, why the mainstream media is facing a historic crisis of confidence among its readership, facing unprecedented blowback following the Craig Timber November 24th Washington Post story, Russian propaganda effort helped spread fake news during the election. Experts say, on Wednesday, a lengthy editor's note appeared on top of the original article in which the editor not only distances the WAPO from the experts quoted in the original article, whose work served as the basis for the entire article, and which became the most read WAPO Washington Post story of the day it was published, but it also admits the Post could not vouch for the validity of Prop or Not's finding regarding any individual media outlet. In effect, admitting the entire story may have been, drumroll, fake news, and conceding that the Bezos-owned publication, Jeff Bezos, may have engaged in defamation by smearing numerous websites, Zero Hedge included, with patently false and unsubstantiated allegations. So in an effort to cover up Pizzagate, Jeff Bezos and Mass and others, like who own Washington Post, basically have backpedaled on the whole thing and now want to walk away after slandering 5 or 6 major internet hubs for information. So now you see how the fake news story is evaporating now, as the Pizzagate story still foments on the internet? It's amazing, isn't it? I know. Many people just don't realize that, no, that's a caller who's called in about 15 times in our show. And we even know who it is. We let him use it, we can't stop him from using it. If I muted it at that point, I could have stopped the N-word, but he always does it. Oh my gosh, what happened in the morgue? Mad Dog got back from his job at the morgue. There's a big stink. Was a DB sitting around too long, Mad Dog? Inside Out Boy, you gotta always post these links properly. Yeah, I can't even go to that link. Could you repost it? Thanks. Yeah. Stinky. So some DB they found sitting in probably a house that been probably died, and an old elderly person hadn't been known by the family. Have you called Grandma lately? She's doing fine. We haven't talked to her for 3 months. She's not answering her phone right now. Well, go on down there and see what she's up to. Smells to high heaven. India confiscated gold, even jewelry, in raids on hidden money. Well, look at that. They're creating more gold for the Indian government. Global financial repression picks up steam, led by India. After declaring large denomination notes illegal, India now targets gold. It's not just gold bars or bullion. The government has raided houses, no questions asked, confiscating jewelry. No kidding. So you're not allowed to have gold in your own home? Wow. We're so different than their country. Imagine us going in that direction with Trump declaring that gold is illegal to own. You could easily do that. Oh, I better not say that. He might actually copy my idea. He won't give you guys money, but he'll confiscate your gold. Yes, this is a masculine thinking man's. This car was an awesome car, and still to this day performs like no other. Here you are, dude. Dude, you have to separate the A from the HTTPS, man. Because you're totally not landing it there. Yeah, put a hyphenation there between the A and the HTTPS, dude. Yeah, thanks. Try it again. Your 3's the charm, man. You might make it. No, I used to drive a Bentley for a very famous person. I had the opportunity of filling in for a friend of mine, and he had to drive to Malibu. The old man did. Very, very famous old man. He's actually the benefactor of the estate that Henry Winkler inherited. I drove Mr. Ponte for one drive in a Bentley. That was the only Bentley I've ever driven. Yeah, it was an amazing drive. I was driving this amazing icon of Hollywood history to the beach, where he'd go on a daily visit to Malibu with his friend. And he was so rich in his 80s that he actually had, I guess he was in his 70s or 80s at the time, he had a friend of his, and he just went out there and walked on the beach as a daily exercise. And they drove all the way up the coast, Pacific Coast Highway. And a friend of mine used to drive for him, and he was really sick one day. I said, yeah, I'll drive for you, sure. So I picked up the Bentley, and I drove to Mr. Ponte's house. and picked up Mr. Ponte and his friend and had the best conversation. He was the one of the first builders of Hollywood homes for the stars. So he made all of his money on the... I don't really want to look at that. Back to the Future with Donald Trump. He made all his money on the ascendant income in Hollywood. That was the only Bentley I ever drove. The Henry Winkler. Yeah, I had a chance to talk to Henry Winkler one day. I talked to him for about 20 minutes. Very intelligent man, and it's hard not to be up on yourself when you're that famous. Yeah, he was a made man. He was a construction guy in the boom of the Hollywood era. And he built some of the biggest homes in Hollywood. They're still standing. The autobiography is in the works. Yeah. I have been writing on it every single day. I take time away to write it. Yeah, I am going to be committing to the run, but I haven't made it official yet. Henry Winkler is still living. Yeah, he's doing great. What? No, he's doing great. Mel Gibson is doing well too. They're both very well preserved for their age. So would you like to go to the dump? We can rummage through some garbage? How would you... That's the future for America if we keep this up. Yeah. Yeah, I have a place that I hang out just to show you what the future of the world is. Yeah. Thought it'd be kind of cool. We could just hang out at the dump. Yeah, I'm a really cool hangout place. I know. Here we go. All right. Here we are at the dump. This is the future of America. Right now, there's a smoldering fire in St. Louis that is in this dumpster fire like this, that is within 1,000 feet of a nuclear repository. And Obama hasn't mentioned it. Trump hasn't mentioned it. We're looking at a massive leak of Fukushima radiation as well coming into the Pacific Ocean, hitting our shores. Obama hasn't mentioned it. Trump hasn't mentioned it. I doubt Trump is putting a transition team official together for Fukushima. Look what we've done to this planet. Yep, Charles Foster Kane nailed it. Dave is honest and true, and the establishment doesn't like that. I know. Charles Foster Kane, that's why I've been running this honest campaign and kicking it butt, thanks to the world audience. Yeah, it's been awesome. So are you done with the dump? Can we move on? Or would you like to talk about foreign policy? Because we can. It's mostly just supporting the poppy fields of Afghanistan. That's what the CIA has been doing to make about $50 billion per year. And the government won't talk about it, the media won't talk about it, but your military operatives that go over there, your family, they're not even allowed to talk about it. Dubster says he wasn't allowed to talk about it, but he talked about it anyway, and he said he was guarding the warlords who harvest heroin or opium that go to the streets of America and end up giving your kids an overdose. Okay, this is a border situation that's continuing to inflame. Ever since Donald Trump said he was going to ID Muslims, this is what you get when you Trump-tards pick a guy like him. Now there's a surge for the border. People are trying to get into America before Trump takes office, which is going to create a massive problem. U.S. Customs and Border Patrol Protection Chief Gil Kurlikowski stands with agents as he waits to address the media in a temporary holding facility in Donna, Texas, up here. The tent facility is primarily being used as a temporary holding site for children and families who've entered the county illegally. Kurlikowski said the number of apprehensions along the southwestern border can be close to 2,000 a day, with most people turning themselves in. It's not letting up. The surge isn't letting up, according to this article from the Associated Press. So yeah, this is predictably what happens when you tell people they can't come in and they're going to be deported. And they're going to create a 1,000-mile fence. Or, I'm sorry, he said wall. He copied my fence idea. Now he's back to fence. He flipped on that too. So Trump won't talk about the Afghanistan poppy operation because he's going to keep that going, which is, according to Kissinger's plan, a part of the plan to keep funding the CIA and all black ops. But this is really where we're headed, so. What movie is this? This is like me doing a like a live show, dude. You just bought a house in Donna, Texas? Well, get ready, Charles. You may want to put some high walls up around your house. You may clear it with your county to put 15-foot walls around your house. It'll have to be 15 feet with barbed wire just to make sure you're safe. Yeah, so welcome to the border crisis created by Donald Trump and the future of America because he has no concern for the environment. He's even putting a guy who's against climate change in the EPA. Now, what's interesting about Trump is he kind of got the message the EPA was full of crap. But he decided to make it more corrupt instead of making it a watchdog agency, which it should be, to prevent industrial pollution from killing us. See, look at Lone Star. He's still saying, screw the environment. I kicked him out of the show, and he's still here just to spread his hate. Dude, you are eating the environment. What do you think is metastasizing in your tumor right now and you call a stomach? The environment. You are your environment. You are what you eat, man. Jeez, you don't understand that? Why we should go back to the ginger site. I was having so much fun earlier. Would you like to talk about camo gear? Well, that camo canvas tarp that I showed you there. See that right there? That's only $12.99 at Cabela's right now. What you're going to need to do is get that tarp and put it out there. It's a 10-foot by... It's a 10-foot by, I'd say 9-foot tarp that you and your family are going to live under here in the dump. Now, from afar, you can't really see it, you know. It kind of blends in. Especially if it's small like that. That'll be your home right there. Okay, so now you know where you're going to be living in the future, and you have a good handle on... I'm not a Java junkie. I'm addicted to caffeine. Is that enough to clarify the truth here? So this will be a cool little place for you and your family to live in the tent. Like Elysium, yeah. I'm watching a show right now of dystopian proportions. Archaeoastronomy is the study of how people in the past have understood the phenomenon in the sky, how they use these phenomena, and what role the sky played in their cultures. Archaeoastronomy is essentially the understanding of the galactic maneuvers above us. Yes. So if you're a flat earther, you're not going to be a big archaeoastronomer. It does. Well, I started with iced coffee, Mad Dog. I rummaged through over here and found some excellent coffee grinds that had been priorly used at the Starbucks. And I managed to titrate it with a little bit of polluted water that I filtered with charcoal from the fire burning in the back here. It was wonderful. Yeah, dystopian's a totally cool word. Yeah, Stonehenge is perhaps one of those links to the cosmic ancient civilizations that could have existed. The archaeoastronomers have decided that mankind has been analyzing its position in the world for centuries. In fact, we're headed into a climactic change of massive proportion. There is a galactic global alignment happening, and it is happening rather quickly. In the next 50,000 years, we're going to be entering an ice age. Not in the next 5 months. But the elitists have decided somehow that they wanted to make it faster. So they've discovered a way in which they can alter the weather. And they can kill off all life forms on the planet at the same time. So they've developed a thing called geoengineering, weather modification. And they're doing that so that they can create the illusion that there's a major change happening. And they're saying that we're headed toward a warming period. We have to cool the planet down, when quite the opposite. We are headed toward literally an ice age, but we're 50,000 years away. So they want to dump this chemical in the atmosphere, heavy metals, to alter the way we are experiencing weather. And they're succeeding. Roger, Flannier. We've got it dropped. We're dropping lithium on the population right now, sir. Yes, sir. I hope to cash my $400,000 check from the Chemtrail Association. Thanks for the extra money for dropping this lithium on this large population. I mean, confessions of a chemtrail pilot. Roger Tlenier. What are we going to do, seriously, when these people don't answer to anybody? And yet they're dumping this stuff all over the place. Welcome. 60 people watching from Calcutta. Welcome from America's Third Party. Welcome, Calcutta. Dave's all over the internet. What? No, I'm sure that the people that are lying about me all over the internet and spreading rumors about me on fake websites. I was holding this. That's the chip memory saying I'm out of battery power. Interesting. They installed that audio signal in that thing. We are going to be doing everything we can to stop the pedophilia going on in Washington, D.C. And I hope all of you know that this is like high on our list of things that we're going to be discussing. I even developed a room tonight for our after show at the Pizzagate room, where we talk about this hidden network of pedophiles that have been tracked all over the United States government, from word to word, from name to name, links through WikiLeaks. Thousands of WikiLeaks are being poured through by online investigators, pointing to this ringleader at the Pizzagate restaurant in Washington, D.C. The recent false flag that occurred where somebody shot something, allegedly, the guy was an actor. And the blogosphere is revealing that, but the mainstream media is still clinging to the story that the guy was a real shooter and some crazed conspiracy theorist. They're trying to turn, you know how people hide in plain sight? These alleged pedophiles are literally trying to put their name out there like, oh, this is just some big fake news story. Yeah. We're on to you people. We know what you're up to. Okay, can you watch the support preview and I'll finish the full video? So many of us love you, David. Please visit us soon. Latvians for David. Look at this. I've heard so many good things about Latvia. And areas in Eastern Europe that are really, you know, amazingly supportive of what we're doing here in America. This is from Latvia, folks. Wow, I'm honored. Thank you so much. Oh, I think your audio's off. I'm so sorry. But you're a beautiful person. I can see that. Thank you. Well, hey, that was better than nothing. We'll have to add that to our list of people that love us. Thank you so much. Not Latvian, Latvian. You got something coming, Scissor Fight? Let's see what we got. Okay, here we go. Interesting. I wish I'd heard your audio. It sounded interesting. Okay, you may want to repost that with the audio on. If you're ever having a bad day and you aren't feeling very smart, remember most of your family and friends believe this trash can landed on the moon. That's great. You know, I'm glad I've inspired a lot of people to question the moon landing. That's so funny. There is solid information available right now that points to Richard Nixon faking the entire moon landing. That's why we haven't gone back in 48 years. It's bizarre. I can show you some obvious moon landing hoax stories. It's just kind of, you can see right away. Let me play you a video. I got like hours of video. The fake moon landing videos are question is which one is the simplest to get to. Yeah, video proof no one has been in space. That's pretty funny. We know we've got pictures of Greenland, and when the Curiosity was going on Mars, we've seen pictures of Greenland. But I've got to get to Moon real quick here. Look at how fake that is. That's supposedly a blast off, and you've got to ask yourself, where was the camera posted, and how did they get the film of the takeoff of the lunar re-entry vehicle, of the actual Apollo re-entry vehicle? Oh, here we go.
Miles above the surface of the Earth. In recent years, space shuttle astronauts completed a trip wherein they attained a maximum altitude of 365 miles.
Hey David, Latvians love you. David Sponheim for president.
Wilbur once noted.
Hold it. We have an actual audio clip. I'm so sorry I had my audio shut off. You must hate me for this.
Hey David, Latvians love you. David Sponheim for president 2020.
Wow. I'm impressed. Thank you so much. Wow. Latvians who love David Sponheim for president. That's awesome. Okay, now back to the Moon anomaly. Okay, there you go. We'll put that in a loop behind me. You can look at it. Yeah, clearly there's no wind on the moon, by the way. Yeah, there's no wind on the moon. So how in the hell did they pull that off? So yeah, I was really sorry that I didn't have the audio up on that. Thank you so much. You are a very beautiful woman from Latvia. I have a huge fan base in Siberia. Wow. It's the cold-loving people that love the cold that are there. I've heard Joel Gilbert and his research on Obama, yes. And his connection to the communist ringleader that Obama studied under. In fact, I have a clip of one of his videos. Here it is. Joel Gilbert. Dreams from My Father.
Hey, Joel.
Hey, Malik, nice to see you finally. How are you, sir?
I'm okay.
You know, I have your book about your father.
Oh, that's great.
So tell me, where are you right now?
I'm in a city called Kisumu. It's about 40 miles from where I live.
So we want to have kind of a candid talk from the heart about a number of subjects related to your half-brother and your family.
Okay.
Barack based his political career on the Obama family in Kenya. He made a big deal.
Very big deal. Very big deal.
My father was a foreign student, born and raised in a small village in Kenya. He grew up herding goats. My father grew up herding goats in Kenya.
I'm sure you follow the American politics, and a lot of Americans feel they were deceived politically because he said, I'm going to cut the deficit. Obamacare is not a tax. I'm going to support Israel.
Well, the way that he's turned and become a different person with a family is the same way that I see him behaving. politically. He says one thing and then he does another. He's not, an honest man, as far as I'm concerned, in who he is and what he says and how he treats people.
How has that made you feel as the oldest brother in the family?
Disappointed. Disappointed. Used, and also betrayed. In the beginning, hey, Joel.
Hey, Malik, nice to see you finally. How are you, sir?
I'm okay.
I have your book about
Okay, we are here to talk to you about that link. Here is the link. It'll take you to Joel Gilbert's book and the story about him. Yeah. Yeah, so Barack is a liar. His own family has said so. We want to prosecute Obama. I think it's been very, very clear from the very beginning that we needed to prosecute Obama. That's why I did the effort to do an impersonation video of Barack Obama in 2008 and 2014. And I don't mind admitting that I did the impersonation video. I think it was important everyone saw that. I'm going to give you guys the link to the Latvian girl who came into our show tonight to say how she appreciates this. Here she is. Wow. She's been scrubbed off the internet. Look at that. Wow, look at that. Is she back? Wow. And that's the only time I could even play her. Wow, let me see if I can restart Firefox and see if that can fix it. Yeah. Possible crash. Okay, let's give it a shot. We got a lot of stuff coming into this show, which is affecting its ability to operate for a second. It's restoring. Okay. I hope I don't lose that link. I mean, I could always go back to the recorded broadcast to see her. We put her on the screen for that nanosecond. Let's see if it plays.
Hey David, Latvians love you. David Sponheim for president 2020.
All right. Yay. That's so nice. All right, cool. Right on. Well, people are around the world. It's resonating with everybody, so I'm so glad that this is exactly what missing myself. Yeah, here's their link for all of you to look at. Messed up by that much. So, Dave, Joel Gilbert has new research on Obama. It's huge. Well, great. Joel Gilbert could actually be part of our prosecution team in 2020. I'm not giving up on deporting Obama back to Kenya. At the very least, possibly charging him with a federal crime of fraud, as well as a few human rights violations. I can't wait to know, but that is 747. And Scissor Fight has something. Wow. This is a kind of a heady illustration of how the American people have been fooled about the Apollo spacecraft program. Child holds a sheet of material used to build the Apollo spacecraft. The media. Yeah. So it turns out the newspaper was used to propel us to believe that we all landed on the moon and never went back. Kind of amazing, isn't it, to feel this cheated? Some of you are going to have a come down. She was in a tampon commercial. Oh, really? Can you bring me to... So you're saying this woman from Latvia is an actor? You've got to show me pictures of her as an actress. And then she's probably a successful actress who's working out of Latvia. Maybe Latvia, Ohio, yeah. Obama is probably going to be our president for a third term. Yes. No, Scissor Fight has been very aware of the moon landing for some time. Or the lack of landing. I heard that Melania, basically Michelle Obama hates white people and is jealous of Melania. Yeah. And you can imagine what's going to happen when Michelle, the known transgender, is left out there, just to hang out 2 doors down from Tony Podesta. You see, Barack Obama's new home in the D.C. area is 2 doors down from the person we know as Tony Podesta. John Podesta's... You forgot that? Are we still back here on the moon landing? Okay. This is what we use in the show. It's a green screen. Pretty humble beginnings, isn't it? In 2008, we had a donation from someone who said, we specifically want you to get a green screen set up with 2 really nice lights. And I was quite impressed. It helped me a lot. Okay, the Temple of Orgy Island is up on review tonight. We're going to talk about that. Talk about Podesta brothers and their connection to this whole story about Pizzagate. It's another story we have to talk about. Lady Gaga is a Sponheim fan. I follow her on one of my social network sites. That's funny you should ask. David, it took me 5 hours to get in here. Oh my God. Hey guys, if you haven't seen, we've got another chat room available right now. And chat is open to everybody over here. If you guys want to check out that site, you can, if it's spillover time. Merry Christmas! Well, it does look like Lady Gaga is not possessed. She likely is going... It took you 3 hours to get in here? I'm surprised. That's why I'm going to keep a longer show tonight till 10. Took you 12 hours? Am I supposed to believe this? Boy, this censorship is unbelievable. Podesta says he loves to throw pizza parties for his neighborhood. Yeah. That's a little weird. Orgy Island is a Mossad blackmail project. Boy, you know a lot. Are you a government employee trying to come in here as a guest? Guest 341? Maybe you want to spill the guts and you're in the guest position here and just start talking. Squeal like a little pig. Tomorrow we're going to be doing beef versus pork in my cooking show at 5 o'clock. I'm going to do a quick marinade. I'm going to teach you guys how to marinate food really quickly. And literally just make a comparison and make some fajitas for all of you. I'm going to taste them and I'll be the person to tell you which gives me the most food orgasm. They call them foodgasms when your mouth kind of like goes, oh, it's so good. Oh, when your brain's kind of, all the endorphins kick in. So we're going to be working on our exercise too. This is a dance I'm learning. I'm going to integrate into my Taibo workout. I'm going to try to see if I can somehow mimic his leg movements. Hello, don't say anything. Putin is in here. Okay, Putin knows that Trump is stealing my ideas, so he's catching it before Trump. Thank you so much, Vladimir, for coming into the show. It's an honor to have you here. As you know, America is currently plagued with a very serious allegation at the highest level that our country's got what appears to be satanic, ritualistic child abductions going on. Which, if the government doesn't investigate this soon and Donald Trump doesn't post a Twitter message on Pizzagate, he's going to be looking like one of the perps. And I know we played one of your pictures last night where you kissed the belly of a boy, and I want to apologize for any references to pedophilia. When we talked about, I learned later that it's a ceremony that many people do around the world. It's nothing to do with pedophilia. So up front, I want to say for a fact that I think that it's perfectly fine that you were doing whatever you had to do in your own environment. And that brings me to an important point. America is, as you know, being undertaken by a New World Order seizure of our political structure. They're using money to buy up the political parties, the Republican, Democratic Party. This is nothing new to you. But we are, as Americans, concerned that our policies have become globalistic in nature, and we've been used as a pawn by the IMF and the World Bank in a very, very bizarre money game, one that stretches all around the world and affects and impacts every other nation. And if we don't get some reckoning in America politically to what has apparently taken our country on a spin foreign policy-wise, pushing on the barrier of Syria by funding rebels, which we never should have done, which is also part of this policy of the Council on Foreign Relations to press deeper into areas that were former satellite nations of your country. Now, I don't think Vladimir Putin is in here, but seriously, we would definitely pull rebel support, and I would have said that in advance in the transition team. I'm surprised Trump has not said that. Trump is not copying that idea of mine. He recently copied the idea that he would not, he would veto any bill over 100 pages. That's my idea for since 2010, I think I've been talking about, 2009. 594 says it took 32 hours to get in here. I don't know what's going on. We are hit with we're slammed with all these viewers and no place to chat. So I'm giving you all a secondary place to chat. Sweet Pea's in there. I want a refund on my vote. Sweet Pea says Trump, 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 and he wants a refund on his butt. Cool Guy's in there. I want a refund on all you cast since Blog TV since you can't win. But we're giving you time on the show over there. Let me bring that chat room up and running so a lot of you can just get in there. Yeah, we didn't want you to not have a chat room, and we were allowing guest chat in there. So, yeah, we've got a lot of spill off over in that area, and we're hoping that'll help. Was this commercial paid for by Preparation H? No. But I am monitoring chat, and you guys can come on in over there if you have a problem getting in here. All right, so how do we dig deeper into something that now is considered taboo? Well, you know how taboo works. It doesn't. 341 says that Israeli Mossad agent is Jeffrey Epstein, that he's working for Israel. Interesting. War on the homeless. Cities across America were addressing the homeless crisis. Cities across America are making it illegal to feed and shelter those in need. Can you imagine? In a country that claims to be free and democratic? What an atrocity. And the mindless Democrats and Republicans just sit there going, well, who cares about the homeless? They don't vote anyway. The authorities in Dundalk say the church is running a non-permitted rooming and boarding house, and the severity of this fine is likely to put the church in significant financial difficulty if it's forced to pay it. So they're charging people with crimes whenever they help homeless people. Kind of like the police up there in Dakota Access Pipeline are making a $1,000 fine and a felony if you bring food into the Native American Indians called the Water Protectors. Wow. We are not free. They are using electronic torture targeting individuals in America. Have you told your psychiatrist that? You may want to not mention that. Yeah, ATP is an organically grown grassroots movement. Don't even need a marketer. This is, by the way, the brainchild of me, and I put this whole thing together, and I was able to penetrate the mainstream media. It took me 8 years, though. We haven't gotten any media coverage in America yet, so far we haven't really truly proven ourselves that this works, but we're right on the verge of breaking through the mainstream media. I just don't know when. We're at the final stages of an attempt that I put together for over 8 years now. In 2008, I started with the Broken Sane Obama's impersonation video. I could come up with any number of reasons why I did it. I'm not a racist. I've never said a racial slur in my life. But this video went viral. And it was copied by people on YouTube before it was pulled by YouTube and censored. And they made multiple copies of it, and Blu-ray discs were sold. I had nothing to do with that. I never made a penny on it. I couldn't control what happened on YouTube once it was out. But by 2010, it was starting to be sold in dance clubs around the world. But my intention was to create a viral video that could actually break through all barriers. And because I'm a genius, and a marketing genius at that, I recognized that this viral organic movement could happen spontaneously, without any difficulty, and nothing could be done to stop it. So I looked at the chess match ahead of me, and I looked 50 moves in advance, and I said, they can't stop this. And a lot of people said, David, you should never do that. You should never, ever do a blackface video. And I kept saying, I'm standing by my freedom of speech, and we're going to use this freedom of speech to stop this from happening. Censorship in America. Okay, you want me to contact William Biney Crazy? He's a whistleblower? Okay, well, let me just look that up. Thanks. Thanks for the heads up. He's exposing torture of Americans. Wow, interesting. Okay, let's go there. We got some YouTubers, but nobody's chatting. I think the YouTube chat kind of went by its wayside. Look for targeted individuals, including ex-NSA William Biney. Okay. You know, one of the things I use to do research on the internet is a site called DuckDuckGo. I don't know if you guys have checked this out, but it's supposedly like Start Page. Doesn't have any, you know, tendrils connecting it to the internet, but who knows. All right, let's just check it out. David, you were voted #1 celebrity in Singapore. Congrats. Wow, 985. Thank you so much for telling me. I must say, folks, this new worldwide audience is so powerful that it's almost unbelievable. But it is believable. And everyone's sitting back going, yes, David, it's working. Okay, I'll take a look at some of these sites that are talking about him. Thank you for that link. We're not afraid to take on any questions. We even have shows on Monday. We do Conspiracy Monday. Tonight is Wasteful Wednesday. I never use the N-word in any reply on any of the social networks. I've never used the N-word in my life. If you worked, David, as an electronics engineer, you would know about this. Well, look for targeted individuals. Well, I'm not an electronics engineer, and I've never worked for electronics engineering. So thank you. Millions in Singapore are watching me. I'm not infatuated with you, and you shouldn't be infatuated with me. It is really working, I know. And we kind of expected this to peak before the election, but we're right now before the Electoral College. And we're asking the Electoral College voters to vote for Hillary, to switch this race from Trump. All they need right now is 35 votes. Now, I really don't want Hillary as president. I would rather Paul Ryan was president right now, just as a temporary stopgap to what we see as Trump trying to take over with his neocons, pushing our nation into what apparently is more of a police state and more of a militaristic nation, oppressing people around the world. I'm not just speaking for myself. I'm speaking for millions of people around the world who say, why is America so imperialistic? Why are we pushing our nation to other regions of the world, telling them what to do? Yeah, so Latvian Girl made the one message that she really supports us, and I think that's great. Yeah, I made a copy of it. This is the first message we've received from Latvia, so we'll have to verify it. Latvian loves you, David.
Hey David, Latvians love you. David Sponheim for President 2020.
Wow. I'm getting chills all over. I'm going to have to cover my eyes and tearing up here. Yeah, I think that's awesome. You know, I'm not going to Orgy Island. I'm afraid that's not going to happen. No, I'm going to stand up. There's nothing going on here. This isn't one of those Obama videos where... I just think, I'm just very honored. That's all. You know, people connect on an intellectual level. And you think this is not true? You think it's a kid? You think it's a joke? Well, you're one of the few people laughing right now. Why don't you stick your head in the toilet and flush it? Rinse it off. And then come back in the show. David Voigt worked in the Navy, high-ranking officer. He's seen psychotronics. Whoa. No kidding. Well, 824 does David Voigt, does he know anything about scalar weapons? And if so, direct me to, because because we're concerned. We really are. The biggest thing I had about, since we're talking about electronic, we're talking about waste tonight. Let's talk about electronic waste that's going on in the infinite digital spectrum world that we're looking at in the world today. We're seeing a unbelievable amount of EMF radiation, electromagnetic frequency radiation, and there have been studies done showing that it affects your ability to think. Yeah, Bingo loves Latvian Girl. Wow, Latvian Girl, you're getting a lot of success here. Thank you. I'm keeping 1 million jobs. You know, I'm going to tell Walmart, keep up the good work, and I just saved 1.5 million jobs. No, it's not Angelina David Voigt. Oh, you're talking about John Voigt walking across the United States to bring awareness of this? Oh, really? I didn't know John Voigt was, you know, I met him at a post office briefly. We connected. I looked at him and he looked at me. We had kind of a weird sparkle. Not in a gay way or anything. No David Voigt. It's John Voigt. Oh, no, David Voigt. Okay. Thank you. You people are confusing me. I'm just kidding. I know what's going on. So you think we should look him up too? Well, what would be good with beef and pork? Is there a Latvian dish, a rice dish that would work with both the flavors of beef and pork? Because we're going to merge them together in the rice dish. I'm also making fajitas. So we're going to make some taste fajitas. I'm going to do a foodgasm shot. And then we'll decide which is the best. Because I haven't been eating on my show, and I want to eat on my show more often. Yeah, people think I just make this food for, you know, just for posterity. I worked in commercials back in the 80s, and I was quite amazed. They used hairspray on all this food that they put out for videotaping. And they would take these beautiful dishes and put them up on a table, and these were food shots for commercial television. And the lady would cook for hours, and it was amazing. They hired chefs that were top-notch chefs. And I'll never forget it. She took this Aquanet hairspray. She had like 16 containers, and she just sprayed the hell out of it. It's like, do you realize all the food you're wasting? She says, I don't know. I'm making $600 an hour doing this, so I don't really care. I bet. The Vietnamese food is excellent, yeah. Okay, well, you know, you guys are pulling a lot of things at me here rapidly. So Trump made a deal with Japan bringing 50,000 jobs to USA. Yeah, no, he didn't. He just retweeted it. I found out yesterday. Latvians for David. Yeah.
Hey, David. Latvians love.
Thank you. Okay, 3 million Vietnamese watch David every night. Fascinating. Well, I found it, yeah. It goes back to the 1930s, the Nazi science experiments, the Montauk Project. Okay, thank you. You're giving me a few tips. I can find more about David Voigt. Okay, well, how does this make us concerned about our survival? Well, I think it's safe to say that I can't find anything on David right now. Yeah, let me try this. Okay, I found it. All right, whatever. Play it again, Sam. Play it again, Sam. Here's looking at you, sweetheart. Well, you're onto something there. Well, let's... everyone is being neural remote monitored. Wow. Don't tell that to your psychiatrist as well. You may not want to do that, yeah. But we would like to talk briefly about the prevalence of cell phone towers. Yeah. In America, cell phone towers are getting bigger. And the amount of cable that go into these cell phone towers is enormously wide. The gauge is very thick. So there's a theory that this electromagnetic spectrum, which is being dominated on the planet is actually a potential weapon. Yeah. And there has been no effort to reveal this at any government level. But the word on the street is that the EMF radiation is dangerous. The director of the World Health Organization has said that thank you, has actually said that if cell phones can cause cancer, radiation from cell phones can cause cancer, brain cancer. It contributes to it. That's what she said. So, it's weird. I'm trying to figure out why this is a Konochrome nightmare here. That is really strange. I think there's a window in front of here. It's the window itself. Huh, that's weird. Okay, whatever. So, high pressure building in Southern California as storm develops on jet stream. They're creating an artificial drought in California, as you probably well know. And tonight we'll be talking about that with...
Okay, today is December the 7th, 2016, and right now at 8:20 p.m. we have a temperature of 46 degrees here in the foothills of Los Angeles. The relative humidity is 83%. The barometer is up quite a bit. It's 30.07 inches, and we have a dew point of 41 degrees. And today in Los Angeles, we had pretty much a rerun of what we saw in the video yesterday, which was made outside, showing the nice rain clouds blowing in on the jet stream. We have pretty much the same pattern. Got a tropical flow moving up through Hawaii and then out on the jet stream right over towards California.
And they're purposely engineering this drought. You can see how Los Angeles is always kept dry. Yeah, amazing. Okay, so let's get back to the discussion of Podestas and Orgy Island in a little while. We'll be playing that video later tonight. Good night, DT Laura. Sleep well. HARP and chemtrails connected to cell towers. Yep, there you go. So now I'm of the belief that they're using the cell phone towers to triangulate and create phased array radar. What a brilliant concept, to actually use the very same equipment to manipulate the atmosphere with heavy metals that they're dropping in the air, as evinced by the sprays that you see daily around the world. So you can tell that this is an ongoing effort to create a global climate change. So it's being artificially created at a rapid rate. If we were to sit here and just wait for an ice age to happen, you'd be waiting here 50,000 years. I said goodnight to DT, yes. So they're just basically hosing the air down with chemicals, just so you know. And that's why we're seeing an incredibly cold North Dakota right now. And we're heading toward what appears to be one of the worst climactic periods in our time. We're heading toward a very, very bad winter. And worst of all, UK is now talking about having a blizzard, a veritable blizzard of toxic waste. Excuse me. It's going to be an ice rain heading into the UK, affecting the UK. That's a serious warning going on right now. This ice rain, or what it's called acid rain, is extremely dangerous. And Melbourne just experienced some serious airborne pollution that they're claiming is just a seasonal thing. No, it's chemicals finding drop points. They even found tar-like drops of rain with tar in it coming down into the Michigan area last year. Michigan just had like raindrops of tar on people's cars. I'm serious. So they're literally just dumping this crap in the atmosphere at alarming rates because they really don't know what they're doing, for one. They think they're up to something to to create stratospheric aerosol injection. Even the director of the CIA, John O'Brennan, said this is what they're doing or planning on doing. It's ridiculous. Aerosols, they deplete the ozone. They create a terrible crisis around the world, but they're doing it anyway. Here he is.
Another example is the array of technologies, often referred to collectively as geoengineering, that potentially could help reverse the warming effects of global climate change. One that has gained my personal attention is stratospheric aerosol injection, or SAI, a method of seeding the stratosphere with particles that can help reflect the sun's heat in much the same way that volcanic eruptions do. An SAI program could limit global temperature increases, reducing some risks associated with higher temperatures and providing the world economy additional time to transition from fossil fuels. This process is also relatively inexpensive. The National Research Council estimates that a fully deployed SAI program would cost about $10 billion yearly. As promising as it may be, moving forward on SAI would also raise a number of challenges for our government.
Wait a second, did he say $10 billion?
As promising as it may be, moving from fossil fuels. This process is also relatively inexpensive. The National Research Council estimates that a fully deployed SAI program would cost about $10 billion yearly.
Okay, let's put that on loop.
Fully deployed SAI program would cost about $10 billion yearly. Fully deployed SAI program would cost about $10 billion yearly. Fully deployed SAI program would cost about $10 billion yearly.
Okay. So basically they're going to be dousing us for $10 billion yearly. All of us around the world. Isn't that nice? Isn't that special? How do you like to be treated like an insect? David, I was reading from a site, wanted you to show you a bit of what was said and ask your thoughts on the statement. Oh, the political courage test is a political scam. Yeah, it's designed to go ahead and attack people ahead of schedule. It's an Illuminati maneuver to try everyone to pin everyone down and peg them. I wouldn't sign that. Thank you for asking. I don't get pegged. I'm not a peggable person, and I'm not referring to anything other than politics. Come on, as well as everything else. Comment, yes, for starters, the $50 billion investment is not coming directly from SoftBank, but rather the SoftBank Vision Fund, which was already announced in October. Transcender is helping all of you Republicans understand that Donald Trump simply retweeted something that was already in the works since October. The SoftBank investment from Japan to bring on 50,000 jobs was just put out there, and Trump merely retweeted it. So people in the Trump administration are saying that he came up with the idea. Can you believe it? No, I'm not a charlatan. I'm a person who's waking people up daily. Scott Hensler is an ex-cop. Good. Well, $10 billion is nothing. $10 billion might be what Donald Trump thinks he's worth, but to the elitists, that's nothing. Remember, the Rothschild family has cumulatively more than $200 trillion. $10 billion isn't even a drop in the bucket. So for them to artificially engineer the weather, and then in the process, while they're doing it, create a website to monitor it. Yeah. So one of the Rothschilds actually is on record talking about his weather site where he tracks the weather. Nathan Rothschild. Hello, are you there? Let's talk about what you're doing in weather modification. Oh, that's right, weather tracking. Thank you.
The RMB situation, you mentioned a so-called currency problem. I mean, do you see the day in the next 5 years where it's fully convertible and flexible?
Well, you're talking to a person who's quite old. If I'm around in 5 years, I'd like to think that that is the case. I believe in the last 24 hours, which has caused even people losing their lives and situations like this, with the detail that we can put up through the technology that we give to the various weather stations, this makes people more aware of it. On the whole, it's a question of giving the opportunity. I mean, we have also launched an operation called My Weather, which gains access to the first truly personalized weather application for the web and mobile devices. You can go up on myweather.com and you can find out within a kilometer of where you are what is going to happen to the weather. It also gives a 10-day forecast. I think we've got to be aware that we're living in a time, I'm not going to get into the subject, which is a huge subject of climate change, but we do have variations of all sorts around the world. Certainly in England we have very precarious weather. We've had a drought up until about 10 days ago. And I think it is important to realize that you can use technology, which is offered by myweather.com, to tell you and be aware of what might happen to you, especially among the farming community. Also, we are very interested in helping wind power because it gives them... Sorry?
Sorry, yes. So this guy is one of the Rothschilds. He's talking about their myweather.com site. And you can go to myweather.com and track myweather.com and track all of the weather around the world. Oh, that's funny. Myweather.com takes me to weather.com. Oh, that's right. They bought weather.com. You see, it's that simple. They didn't own it at the time. Now they own weather.com. Isn't that funny? So you go to myweather.com and you're pulling up weather.com, the same that you normally would normally. So they're using, and I even asked at the time why, they've been using chemtrails since the World War II era. Why would these Rothschilds want to invest in a new site called myweather.com when they could easily buy weather.com? Well, what do you think they did? They bought weather.com.
Hey, Dave Acton checking.
Dave Atkin checking in, adding to the list of videos we'll play tonight. I'm recording all these as well, Scissor Fight, so that we can actually keep them in posterity. I'm not sure if YouTube's going to scrub every single Pizzagate site out there. We're at the point where we're going to wait and see. Yeah, amazing. But yeah, the weather modification profile by One Pacific Redwood on YouTube is exactly that. They're creating a drought, and you can see it in the California coastline there. It's completely dry in here. You can see that black space is artificially engineered using phased array radar. And I seriously wouldn't doubt if they're using cell phone towers. So the big question I'm having right now is, are they weaponizing this stuff? And if so, what are we looking at? My biggest concern around the country at this point is getting to the root of the satanic evil that's going on right now in Washington. And when Donald Trump did not want to mention the word Pizzagate in his transition team, he fired one of the people whose father was working at the as an NSA director. So in the transition period. So nobody's lying here. I'm telling you the truth every night. I never lie. You guys have this bizarre impression that I'm telling you lies every night. I'm not. It's weird. I just can't understand it. Maybe because you're all liars and you don't understand what it's like to be an honest person. That's possible. In a world where everyone seems to lie, they would automatically distrust a person telling the truth. Interesting. I'm not caught at all. You've never caught me in a single lie. I'm in 8 years of broadcasting and 8,000 hours of broadcasting. You haven't caught me on a single lie because I don't lie. In order to be a good liar, number one, you have to have an incredible memory. Number two, why bother? It's a waste of your time. Many deceived David. I've been deceived, yes. Oh, come on. No, I have 185 IQ. Just go to my website, and you can see my IQ test. I put it out there for you, like I promised. DavidSponheim.com. And you can see that I scored in the genius level on one of the areas of the test. And that's put me at the high level of my entire class. Yeah, it was taken when I was 15 years old. I was in 11th grade. I'd skipped 7th grade to get there at that age. I'm not sure what you're saying. That's right, I have the IQ of 6 dolphins. And I can communicate telepathically, so if you want, I'd like to do the rest of the show telepathically using dolphins as my conveyor. if that's okay with you. The predominant message I'll be saying is, and I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, David, you have a sniffle problem, a snorting problem? Yes, I do. I think I'm on the tail end of a cold. And it's finally saying goodnight. Some weird short-term genetically engineered cold or something. But yes, dolphins will be my transference, my conveyance tonight as we go deep into the inner psyche of the ocean. And we'll be zoning into the dolphin population. Would you rather be dolphins or cows? Let's see what dolphins do.
But something far more extraordinary seems to be happening. When attacked, pufferfish release a neurotoxin. In high doses it can kill, but in small doses it has a narcotic effect. It seems to be affecting the dolphins.
It's affecting a lot of people here, yeah. We're all getting high on the puffer.
They appear totally blissed out by the whole
experience. So we're going to hang out with the dolphins tonight and just, finish off the show. They are fighting for their existence. Yes, we should listen to some Pink Floyd tonight, you're right. They told him to kill civilians. An American soldier exposes the New World Order in Iraq. Interesting. This is good. Truth Channel News.
My name is Daryl Anderson. I served in Baghdad, Iraq from January 04 to July 04. But I'll start off with my progression in Iraq. It started with 9/11 because that's what led to the war. Like Dennis was saying, that's what fueled the fire. That's the big part of the lie that led to the lies I witnessed in Iraq.
A real American soldier, kind of like Doopster, talking about what's happening. Remember I said earlier that, our Afghanistan activity and our troop strength is still around 10,000 in Afghanistan. 10,000 is significant, and we're there guarding the opium crops. That's what's happening. Amazingly enough. So another soldier speaks out. We'll have that featured tonight in our video lineup. Yes. I feel it, and the nighttime comes, the cold kind of settles in a little bit, but it's not a bad cold. It's just a weird cold. Back in the 1960s when I was young, now I'm an older guy, you probably can tell, I experienced colds. Every cold I ever got had a sore throat preceding it. Now there's no sore throat. It's weird. It's like, have colds morphed, or did they genetically modify the colds when they started doing genetic gene splicing with vaccines and such? I don't know. But this is kind of a light head cold. No big deal, but I'm sure it could get worse. I've seen them kind of get in your chest at that point. I don't know. Anyway, sorry to talk about myself. I got no problems at all. Poor Ed's in the hospital suffering from lung cancer. And Ed is the guy he's been in our show. He's a bag person who lived on the street, has suffered all his life, and is now facing some real challenges. So our heart goes out to him in his effort. He reached out to me, and he actually became a new person, it seemed. So we kind of touched base on the phone a few days ago. I'm sure there's a cure for a lot of cancer, too. I'm sure there is. It's just being suppressed. I think the cancer industry is trying to profit constantly. Hey, this has been a pretty good show. An extended show lasts all the way to 10 p.m. Pacific time. Thank you for coming in. I'm doing it because I have a higher goal in mind. Number one, I enjoy politics. Number two, I'm incredibly pleased with the results of my efforts over the past 8 years. It's not monetized at all. I'm not making a single penny doing this. It's just reaching out to people and talking about the issues that makes my life roll. That's what makes me roll. And it's what really would make me a very vital source of change without mixing up the system so much that it would destroy the system. We want the system to function. We don't want it to fall apart. And I'm afraid the infrastructure, if Trump doesn't start cutting back on wasteful spending, the infrastructure will start to fall apart and he won't be able to do anything to stop it. Yes, the birth certificate, my official birth certificate is out there. It's on our website. And if you don't know what our website is, it is America's Third Party. If you go to our website, AmericasThirdParty.com, you'll see a button that says Old Site. We still haven't changed our poster yet. I'm working on a new one. But it says Old Site right here. Click on Old Site right there. And that takes you back to the site that Trump has taken all of his information from. Yeah, all the way back to 2008. And we've been DDoSed numerous times and hacked hard. But we managed to pull the skeletal structure of our old site together. And if you go to my About David right there, there's a way of getting on the ballot on this site. There's all kinds of cool information. If you go to your state, they'll tell you how to get on the ballot in your state. And the laws are still very relevant. But go to About David, you'll see my birth certificate right there. I put it out there to show people that I am a U.S. citizen. And I even have my selective service documentation down there too. You can read that, showing that I really did file for selective service, unlike Obama, who has forged documents all over the place. Yep, so everything's legit with me. And we've been doing this by the book, filing with the FEC every single quarter, no matter what we get. If we get $10 donations, we still send that information in. Yep, you have the newspaper of us, really? That's pretty cool. Thanks, 649. You must be a local. That's kind of funny. Oh, yeah. Well, this has been an effort to just break through the media and get a good, solid mind, a logical mind to deal with all this crap that we're being thrown at. Trump is not the guy with a logical mind. He's just a guy who borrows money, and he convinces people he needs money. That's not the logic we need here. Apparently, America's Berlin Wall on free speech is already here. They're clamping down on all kinds of censorship is going on all over the place now on the internet. And people like Texas Shrugged, he's going to talk about it tonight in the videos. Wow, America's Berlin Wall on free speech. There it is. All right. We are there. We're at that point, the brink point of the end of the show. Thanks for that, Scissor Fight. You know, Business Insider could be run by foreigners all they want. The New York Stock Exchange is owned by foreigners in New York. It's run by a German concern. And it happens to be the modern day bearer of interest rates around the world on world currency exchange. And, our world is becoming owned by a few multinational corporations. So Trump's role in the New World Order, in case you're wondering, is to dissolve the country as a nation, to make it assimilate into the global financial kingdom that Trump is part of as one of their minions. The New World Order wants total dominance over our country, but at the same time they want to use our country to fight wars and to start wars. And they've been doing that, and we definitely are against that. They've been using our country to manipulate us and the world around us. And it's essentially, the game is have us be their police force around the world, their elitist police force, and keep us weak at the same time. And that's why they're trying to pollute the entire ocean and destroy the weather patterns over California, create the most powerful economic state in America is California. So if they can crumble the economy in California with a drought and buy up property cheap and even water rights, like the Rockefeller Rothschild Union has done, They're buying up water rights in California right now so they can sell water at a high price. This exact plan has been manipulating our population of human beings for decades, if not centuries. And these people think they're going to get away with it, and they're somehow going to pull the wool over our eyes about their secret pedophilic world that they're living in, featuring bizarre and sick satanic acts with children. And that's why I have to keep going back to that story about Pizzagate. It is the story. We've got to stay vigilant and get more information out there and start writing our public officials about the most heinous crimes in America, which are being underreported and now censored. Anybody discussing it? My sister does a lot of different jobs. She's a teacher, so she can teach on movie sets and things. She's you can IMDb my sister. You can find her. She's worked on a couple movies, and she's also an expert in theater. She's a dialect expert. Connie is. No, it's not about selling water that way. Bottled water today is a bargain. Bottled water in the future will be like oil and gold. So they're working on that plan too. That's a long-term plan to try to kill off the planet. They're not trying to create fresh water. They're trying to get rid of the water on the planet so that everybody is just absolutely dehydrated and begging for help, and then they'll kill us all off. They basically want to depopulate, and they're doing a good job of trying to set this up. They've got a puppet like Trump to do whatever they need to start implementing their plan. Okay, so Trump's slamming the Boeing deal for new Air Force One. He's calling for the government to cancel a deal with Air Force manufacturer Boeing for the development of the next generation Air Force One, citing concerns about cost overruns. Well, that's interesting. It's no sweat off his back to say that it costs too much. That's actually a good thing. I'm glad he's... In fact, I don't even think we need a new Air Force One. We can't afford it. So Trump, cancel Air Force One. All right? Thanks. Let's get started by just canceling the whole order. Let's see how much you really want to do. Not just talk about it. Yeah, just pull the plug on the whole order. There you go. All right, good night, everybody. Thank you for coming in. It's been great. We'll be back tomorrow night for Technology Thursday, starting at 5 p.m. with my cooking show called Beef versus Pork Challenge. All right. Let's get a little music going in the show, and you can kind of relax and enjoy your hump day. Good night, everyone. Yeah, have a good night. Yeah, it's been great. I am a good person, and I'm glad that you're recognizing that. We're trying to beat the trolls here. The trolls game is to paint me as a bad person. There's all kinds of lies about me on the internet. Trump is totally sucked up to the New World Order. In fact, you might as well call him Kissinger's bitch at this point. He has already gotten one of Kissinger's employees working for him. I mean, the whole thing is a total hype joke. I mean, everything about Trump looks like he's bought off. All right. Sleep well. Don't let yourself lose sleep. Remember, sleep, this is a little word of advice. Sleep happens to be extremely important in weight loss. A full night's sleep is essential to weight loss. If you lose your sleep, your REM, your body actually starts to pick up weight, believe it or not. I know we've got people trying to buy the whole world. That's the point. They're trying to create a new world order. They don't want national borders. I told you that. Trump is totally bought off. He's trying to usher in a new world order. You see, Trump is part of a new world order that has been created by Henry Kissinger. Yeah. And a lot of guys in the Council on Foreign Relations, and they're just the puppets that work for the guys who don't want you to know their names. There are people up there who don't even want you to know who they are. Good night, everyone. Sleep well. Lose some weight.
buying the stairway to heaven. When she gets there, she knows if the stores are all closed, with a word she can get what she came for. Ooh, and she's buying the stairway to heaven. There's a sign on the wall, but she wants to be sure, 'cause you know sometimes words have two meanings. In a tree by the brook, there's a songbird who sings. Sometimes all of our thoughts are misgiven.
Hey guys, so I'm really tired and I was hoping to be able to take a bit of a break from YouTube and
Yes, there are two paths you can go back, but in the long run, and there's still time to change the road you don't know. The piper's calling you to join
So, for the first time in more than 8 years on YouTube, I started my account in 2008. I've received a notice from YouTube of a content violation strike, which has now been recorded against my record. 2 more strikes and I'll be permanently banned from YouTube. Now, I received this strike for a video about Pizzagate, which they have removed from their network. It is no longer on my channel. They did that deletion. They even state as such. And the message I received, that's the message I received when I logged into YouTube today. So this is a formal strike. I, along with a legal advisor, have reviewed every second of this video. Nothing in it violates anybody else's copyrights. Nothing in it is slander or libelous. The only piece of content that's not mine, in fact, is a fair use screenshot of a tweet from Andrew Breitbart in 2011. There it is, who died in 2012, a year after publicly fingering John Podesta as an underage sex slave operator, which in light of the recent WikiLeaks emails of John Podesta's own inbox, and in light of the widening Pizzagate scandal, appears to be highly newsworthy and relevant. So I don't know why highlighting a dead man's tweet from 2011, I don't know why highlighting a dead journalist's tweet is a violation of YouTube's policy. I'm a journalist. I'm conducting very sound, very simple journalism here. Restore that video and remove that strike from my record immediately. There is no reason for it. It's just intimidation. So now I'm supposed to be intimidated because I only have 2 more strikes left before you remove my primary source of income from me and make me essentially unemployed, which Huffington Post already tried to do by removing my column. Now you're going to remove my YouTube channel where I'm allowed to upload what I want. That wasn't a profane video. That wasn't a video abusing or harassing minorities or anybody. It wasn't spreading slander. It's a piece of journalism. Restore that Pizzagate video immediately. Restore that content strike. I don't mind a content strike if I've done something wrong, but to punish me for speaking the truth makes you culpable in Pizzagate. This is not going away. There are a number of powerful people in the United States who are well aware of Pizzagate and the satanic pedophile ring. This is real. This is not going away. And if Google wants to appear to be complicit in this, it's going to lead to significant problems for them, not only legal, but financial and political. I have no doubt.
You're watching the David Seaman channel on YouTube and Vimeo. Be sure to subscribe below.
I always step out of the room right at the end of that video. I don't know why. The first video always gets me thinking. Here we go. This lady had the same thing happen to her.
Not put up any videos, but hey, I logged into my YouTube account and I saw I've had one of my Pizzagate videos removed. And I've been given a strike warning, which basically, if you get 3 strikes, I think they can just take your account down completely. So that sucks. Definitely is not promoting free speech. Obviously, they're saying that I'm harassing someone or stalking someone or something, or behaving in a predatory way. From my perspective, I'm discussing political figures. I've not discussed anyone in my Pizzagate videos who is not a famous political public person. So if what I'm doing is so-called harassment, then basically every tabloid newspaper on earth is just a harassment paper, because they're constantly talking about politicians, public figures, and celebrities and rumors and everything. And I've certainly not done anything other than that. So it says here, if you'd like to appeal this strike, please submit this form. When I click on it, it just refreshes the page. It's not even letting me click on the page to appeal the strike. Someone contacted me on Twitter to say, I know people who targeted your account for termination. I was going to warn you earlier, but I didn't want to open my back for a fresh backstabbing. There was no gain in this for me. So that was very, very helpful. Thank you, anonymous person. Come and give me an I told you so without the I told you part involved. That's really helpful. So yeah, apparently people were purposely targeting my account. So what I'm going to have to do now is I'm going to have to make a lot of my Pizzagate videos private until this strike goes away, because otherwise I might end up having my entire account taken down. So I'm just going to go ahead and do that, and here's this video to explain to you guys what's happening. I'm going to talk to some of my YouTube friends and see what they say about the situation, and once I've come to a conclusion of what to do, I will go ahead and do it. And yeah, this is what we're dealing with. You know, you can't discuss Pizzagate without getting shut down. And what I will say to you guys is I am absolutely against any form of harassment. Ironically enough, I've been one of the people who's constantly saying, you know, do not go harass these establishments. You know, do not jump to conclusions. Let's do this properly through legal means. Let's raise awareness of the situation publicly and press for legal action to be taken. And yet, I'm the one who gets shut down for harassment. So this is what we're dealing with here. YouTube is blatantly leftist. It's a company that's owned by Google. I had their executives basically working on Hillary Clinton's beck and call. So of course they don't want any of their DC Democrat friends being openly criticized by YouTubers. That would be counterproductive to their goals. Anyway guys, go and follow me on gab.ai. If you haven't got an account yet, you must get an account. This is a website that promotes free speech. So I'm going to be talking there, of course. Go follow me on Twitter. And you can also follow me on another social media platform that allows me to post videos, etc., which is also a free speech platform called minds.com. And I recommend you also get an account there, because these social media platforms like YouTube and Twitter that keep banning anyone who they don't like the message of, they're going to go the way of the mainstream media. Eventually people are going to catch on, but all they want you to do is give them advertising revenue by watching silly cat videos. That's what they want. They want a brain-dead public who can't think for themselves. So we need to migrate away from these social media platforms, and this is where I suggest you go. So thank you for all of your support, and I'll try to keep you guys up to date. Best to follow me on somewhere like Twitter, where I can give you small updates as they come along, so I don't have to make a whole video about each one. Thanks so much. Bye bye.
Slipping, slipping, slipping into the future. Time keeps on slipping, slipping, slipping into the future. I wanna fly like an eagle to the sea. Fly like an eagle, let my spirit carry
learn more about those victims, we are also...
Who don't have enough to eat, shoe the children with no shoes on their feet. How's the people living in the street? Oh, there's a solution. I want to fly like an eagle to the sea. Fly like an eagle, let my spirit carry me. I want to fly like an eagle till I'm free. Right through the revolution. Time keeps on slipping, slipping, slipping into the future. Time keeps on slipping, slipping, slipping into the future. I want to fly like an eagle to the sea. Fly like an eagle, let my spirit carry me. I want to fly like an eagle till I'm free. Right through the revolution. Time keeps on slipping, slipping, slipping into the future. Time keeps on slipping, slipping, slipping into the future.
All right, this is really interesting. They've been digging under the tunnels where Comet Pizza Parlor is located, and there have been people who have done videos about this. This guy did a video. He pulled this up and showed people the work they're doing.
Careful. We have roughly 20 people here. We're not going fast. We're swinging sledgehammers. We're having the fun of beating the crap out of stuff, and that's what we're doing down there. These are extra large, they're like a bread.
I've lived in the neighborhood for 25 years. I remember when this opened the first time. The day I walked in, I hated it. And I'm having a great deal of personal satisfaction in tearing it out.
This is a space that was built in the late 40s, opened in 1949 as a streetcar station, along with the Connecticut Avenue underpass that everybody knows. Then it was closed in the early 60s when the streetcar system shut down. Was used as a fallout shelter briefly, then nothing really happened for a couple of decades. In 1995, a food court was put here, and that's the side we're on right now on the west platform. But it was a spectacular fail, opening and closing in less than a year. And now we have a lease for the whole space, and we have plans for using this side of the space and opening it up in about a year, hopefully. So the first thing we got to do is tear out what's down here.
Definitely a stress reliever. It's fun, like, I don't know, beating the shit out of something without any worry about it.
When the developer originally proposed the idea, he said he was going to get actual streetcars down here, but that didn't happen. Now we're entering the tunnel space, and there were supposed to be, I think, as part of the idea of the development, would eventually incorporate some offices for the community groups. This place got breached by the homeless. There were squatters down here for many years. They really tore the place up. So eventually, in the early 2000s, the city kicked everybody out, bolted down the doors, and that's when they put the covers on the stairway entrances, blinded, and then people didn't know what they were. You couldn't see the stairs anymore, and so people eventually forgot that they were actually entrances into this space. This is where the streetcar came down. Behind that wall is where the ramp was. So eventually, in the early 2000s, the city kicked everybody out, bolted down the doors, and that's when they put the covers on the stairway entrances, blinded, and then people originally proposed the idea. He said he was going to get actual streetcars down here, but that didn't happen. Now we're entering the tunnel space, and there were supposed to be streetcars down here, but
Okay, is this what you're referring to? The hand? The pedo hands touching each other? Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, I wanted you to look at that. Yeah. What's going on down underneath that pizza parlor needs to be investigated. The government needs to open up every single nook and cranny of that pizza parlor.
that didn't happen. Now we're entering the tunnel space, and there were supposed to be, I think, as part of the idea of the development, would eventually incorporate some offices for the community groups. This place got breached by the homeless. There were squatters down here for many years. They really tore the place up. So eventually, in the early 2000s, the city kicked everybody out, bolted down the doors, and that's when they put the covers on the stairway entrances. Blinded, and then people didn't know what they were. You couldn't see the stairs anymore, and so people eventually forgot that they were actually entrances into this space. This is where the streetcar came down. Behind that wall is where the ramp was, came down from Connecticut Avenue. This is where the vehicular ramp goes. So the street, Connecticut Avenue, comes up, and the cars go down there into the underpass underneath DuPont Circle. It's about 4/5 of a mile to walk the entire length, the entire loop. So this is what the space on the food court site used to look like before they put the food court in, and what it will be like after we take the food court out. About 14,000 square feet. It's about 500 feet on the inner ring, about 27 feet wide. Joe DeMarco left his mark here. It's script, I'm guessing the 60s. But over here, there's a phone number. It starts with a letter. Wouldn't take much to be loud down here, so I think it's going to be more acoustic or like small choral groups or solo instrumentalists. Although I can also see bringing some, garage or punk bands down here, just getting loud.
Yeah, just getting loud, right. All right, you scumbags are not going to be allowed to come in here and chat if you keep it up. Do you really want to keep guest chat open?
What's up, guys? Nadeska here for Complex News. While many Americans are still coming to terms with the results of a polarizing presidential election, the Philippines is also dealing with the fallout of a controversial figure rising to power. In June 2016, the nation elected Rodrigo Duterte as their 16th president. Prior to becoming president, he was a local mayor, and at 71, Duterte became the oldest president to assume office in the Philippines. During his campaign, he took a hard stand on the war against drugs, announcing that he would be, quote, happy to slaughter all drug addicts and dealers, likening himself to Hitler. And ultimately, he won the election. Since taking office, he's held true to his promises by implementing Project Tokhang, which means knock and plead. This practice varies from a peaceful knock on the door to police apprehending people in the streets. That's quickly evolved into many arrests and murders. In fact, police have killed about 2,000 people and arrested more than 35,000 since the introduction of this new project. In addition to those deaths, the National Philippine Police have reported over 3,500 unsolved homicides since July 1st. This could be due to the fact that Duterte encouraged the public to kill criminals during a live television broadcast. In October, the president literally said you can expect 20,000 or 30,000 more deaths. Police claim that over 727,000 drug users and over 56,000 dealers have surrendered so far, and this has resulted in overcrowded prisons, forcing inmates to sleep anywhere they can find space. For many in Quezon City Jail, that actually means sleeping on a basketball court. The New York Times released a story this week which detailed specific murders, including testimonies from the families of murder victims. They are slaughtering us like animals, one Philippine citizen told the Times. And what's even more alarming is that last weekend, following a phone call with Donald Trump, President Duterte said that the American president-elect actually offered encouragement and endorsed the Philippine government's approach. Trump reportedly said that the government was handling the drug problem, quote, the right way, and that he would be the last person to interfere in Philippine affairs. President Duterte was definitely not a fan of President Obama, once calling him, quote, the son of a whore, and telling him to go to hell. Trump has not immediately responded to Duterte's comments about their alleged phone conversation, but he has never shied away from taking a hard stance when it comes to the war on drugs. Drug-related arrests and incarceration were hot topics during the election and will likely continue to be throughout Trump's presidency. If Trump really does support the Philippine government in this horrible slaughter campaign, it says a lot about what Americans can expect from him over the next 4 years. For more news, make sure you subscribe to Complex on YouTube. I'm Nadeska for Complex News.
Hey, Dave Acton checking in. Just wanted to expose more of these fake news sites. Obviously, these people are deranged. They're following crazy conspiracy theories. Some newspaper, obviously it's a fake newspaper, man convicted of human trafficking pleads guilty to more charges. This is in Connecticut or Rhode Island. There's no such thing as human trafficking. It's a victimless crime. What are these people talking about? It's probably his goddaughter. Human trafficking. Give me a break. There's no such thing as human trafficking. It's a victimless crime. Oh, here we have another one. Fake. Man sentenced to 30 years for human trafficking teen girl in Denver. Victimless crime. What are you talking about? Listen, if there's one thing I've learned from Pizzagate, there is no such thing as human trafficking. End of story. There's another one. Northwest Ohio, 5 arrested in undercover human trafficking investigation. These are just the stories for today, by the way. Go search Google human trafficking. Search for today. Obviously, another fake news story. Human trafficking is obviously a victimless crime. So what? These kids, they want to hang out with older men. I mean, come on. They're the goddaughters. They like tape on their arms. Human trafficking. Another fake story. Completely fake. Bunch of conspiracy theorists. Oh, yeah, here's another one. In California. Fake. Convicted LA felon accused of pimping girl 13. Videotaping sexual assault. Convicted of human trafficking. Fake. Victimless crime. Doesn't exist. The girls want to be taped up. Hey, listen, that's the way I read it after Pizzagate. These women like to be handcuffed. They like to have tape over their mouth. They like to be strangled to death. They like to be thrown in a grave. It's a victimless crime. They're asking for it. Human trafficking. Come on. Oh, well, here's where it gets really good. In Richmond, Virginia, an hour and a half from Washington, D.C., they want to put up a human trafficking shelter. For what? What are you going to have there? It's fake. Another fake human trafficking shelter. Human trafficking doesn't exist. If we've learned one thing from Pizzagate, we've learned there's no such thing as human trafficking. So, what are they going to do at this shelter? Is this just going to be some con artist grabbing money? You know what? I really think we should look into this Richmond, Virginia human trafficking shelter. I don't think it's legit. I think it's a big fake item because there is no such thing as human trafficking. So I'm glad we cleared that up. These kids, they want to be, they want to have their abdomens cut open and have people drink their blood. I mean, that's not really a crime when you think about it, especially when they volunteered for it. I mean, hey, that's my takeaway from Pizzagate. Human trafficking doesn't exist. I don't want to hear about it, and if somebody gets sacrificed, hey, you can't make an omelet unless you crack a few eggs, right? Hey, what's on TV tonight? Till next time reporting in, this is Dave Acton. Human trafficking doesn't exist, and if it does, it's a victimless crime. Remember that. Thanks, Pizzagate.
My name is Daryl Anderson. I served in Baghdad, Iraq from January 04 to July 04. But I'll start it off with my progression in Iraq. It started with 9/11 because that's what led to the war. Like Dennis was saying, that's what fueled the fire. That's the big part of the lie that led to the lies I witnessed in Iraq. So I didn't join because of 9/11 because to me, growing up as a kid in Kentucky, I was working 50 hours a week. I was selling drugs to pay my child support. I was broke. I was a hood rat. And I was growing up like you probably see a bunch of kids running around the ghettos around here. And 9/11 happened, it didn't affect me. I didn't think about it because I didn't have health care. I was working a job that paid me $5 something an hour. What do I care about these 3,000 people that died when my friends are dying every day in the street? I didn't know it would come to affect me one day. But I also knew about the Desert Storm guys who became terrorists. But all of a sudden in Kentucky, because there was some brown people in Kentucky were looking at me like I was a terrorist. Because I'm dark, I can grow a beard, you know, and I'm not as white as many as you people in the room. I'm white, but I'm not that light. So I started to feel a lot of that, like, man, people are, you know, they're worried about, they're going to hit Fort Knox in Kentucky. And I'm thinking, this is racism. This is what feeds the fuel that Iraqis are beneath us and we can go kill them. Because look it, they killed 3,000 innocent people. They don't care about innocent lives. In Desert Storm, we couldn't get into Baghdad because the people heard about the innocent people we killed in the bombings. Now, 3,000 Americans are dead. We don't care how many Iraqis you got to kill. Killing innocent civilians is part of war. And that's what they sent us into Baghdad with. I joined in 03 because I was broke. I needed money, but I was a young American kid. I wanted to fight in the war. I joined up, month out of training. I arrive in Baghdad, Iraq, January 04. Saddam's been captured. And I get there, and the guys that I'm serving with have been there for 6 months already. They were there in 03. And I go, well, you know, I think it's come out that, you know, these people had nothing to do with 9/11. There was no Iraqi on those planes. We can see around here there's no Al-Qaeda, there's no terrorist syndicates in Baghdad or Iraq. Saddam had stamped them out. And I asked my buddies, well, you know, we're here to find weapons of mass destruction. And they laughed at me. And I said, well, you know, we're here to help the people. And they laughed at me. And I said, well, what's our mission? What's our goal? I thought we were going to find the people that did 9/11. I thought we were going to get these weapons of mass destruction. I thought we were going to help the people. And they're like, all we're trying to do is make it home alive. And then I'm going to lead you in now to the other lies, because you guys know the lies, but I bled for these lies. I watched my brothers die for these lies. People had lost people in 9/11. 1, 2, family. I lost many of my friends and brothers. And I lost part of me for the stuff I did in Iraq. And then we go to January, February, March. You know, nothing's happening. And then Bush gives his speech about bring it on. And in April of 04, we lost 135 soldiers for this lie, for his lies, for his swaggers being from Texas or whatever. And the more soldiers we lost, the more our procedures changed. Which leads into escalation. 9/11, we can go kill people now. We lost 135 guys. We can kill people now. We were ordered and fired upon, you know, hunker down, radio, wait for orders to return fire. In April, they told us in a crowded area, if one person shoots at you, kill everybody. Because they're letting them attack you. They are no longer innocent if they're there at the time of the crime. Sounds like American rules. If your buddy commits a crime, you're there, you can get caught up on charges on it. But these aren't charges. These are death. We're killing people because they're there when someone else attacked us. Because we believe that if we kill enough innocent people, they'll stop the people from attacking us. But what they don't realize is the innocent people we killed, it was their brother, it was their uncle that was trying to kill us, because we already killed his 3 children. You roll into Baghdad, every single big apartment building is blown up. Every single apartment building in Baghdad has been broken to the ground by artillery and airplanes bombing. You cannot meet someone in Iraq who has not lost a family member. Could you imagine what we had done in America if in 9/11 everybody in America lost a family member? What would we be doing? Would we be talking about war? No, we'd be in the streets with weapons. And so people talk about, oh, these people killing American soldiers in Iraq, they're terrorists. Not terrorists, they're wearing sandals. And they got an AK. And they got 14-year-old boys building bombs to kill these American soldiers because we've killed their family. So We're done in Baghdad. We killed enough people. I was ordered to kill innocent people. We killed innocent people. When they shot at us, we shot at everybody. We were done, you know. Every guy I served was against the war. We believed 9/11 was a lie. This is in 04. Every soldier served us believed 9/11 was a lie. We thought the people would expose the lie, know the war's a lie, and bring us home. I got friends that are there in Baghdad in 07 on their third tour, 3 years in Iraq. And we're talking about it still when people are dying. We go down to Najaf on the way out because we get extended. You did a year, you can't go home yet, you got to go to Najaf. And we shoot hundreds of artillery rounds into downtown Najaf. Areas that we couldn't shoot at before because they were religious places. But just like 9/11, the more soldiers they killed, the more we could do. It's all escalation. They've been escalating this war since 1990. And now they're finally, now with this troop surge, they're going to put soldiers on every street like they're cops. Because we've escalated, we've let them do it. We've let them do it because we stood by and we've talked about it. We got to hit the streets. You got to stop paying your taxes. You got to stop feeding this fuel. Because if we believe 9/11's a lie, then why are you paying your taxes still? Why are we still letting these soldiers die? And me, as now, I won't even talk to politicians about the war because there ain't no point in it. Democrat, Republican, they're all profiteers of war.
Us the next candidate,
even
please.
Lots of anti-war organizations are profiting
Federal agents
off
raided
my brother's
Dojo
pain.
Pizza. The restaurant's owner
No Iraq veterans
is now
are getting
facing
paid off
federal
this war.
charges for allegedly making.
We're all just sitting in the street homeless. I've helped 5 AWOL soldiers in the U.S. since I've been back. Well, I spent 2 years in Canada because I refused to go on my second deployment. I came back, I got kicked out of the military. So that's why I'm here. I'm a resistor. Because we're tired of waiting. We're tired of waiting for the politicians to stop the war. We're not going back for that third tour. I've been helping 5 AWOL soldiers in the United States, and no one's helping me help them. No anti-war organization, no one has helped me help these people. I'm digging money out of my broke pockets to help these people get off the street. And that's why I'm here today is because, you know, if you believe 9/11 is a lie like I do, and all these soldiers going AWOL, you gotta help the GI resistance. Because we're gonna stop the war. No one else is gonna stop. You could have 1 million protests, talk to 1 million politicians, expose 9/11, which you gotta keep doing. You gotta keep exposing 9/11, but that's not gonna stop the war. Because everybody in America pretty much knows it. Everyone in the anti-war movement knows it. They won't talk about it because they're scared of the bad publicity that comes with it, but I don't care. I'm a resistor. You know, the movement wouldn't even touch me because I was AWOL. So I'll say how it is. 9/11 was a lie. I know it. We're soldiers. We know it. So now I'm helping GI resistance, and that's what you got to do. You got to focus on 9/11, but like Dennis saying, you got to keep hurling, pushing stuff. There's 10,000 AWOL soldiers in the U.S. right now. There's a couple hundred in Canada, and they're starving, and we're dying because we believe what you people are telling us. You know, you owe it to us to help us. All these Iraq veterans are dying because no one's helping us get with this PTSD. No one's helping the soldiers. No one's supporting us. They just keep sending us back to war.
This episode is supported by Prudential. In this video, I want to talk about a serious disorder that affects billions of people worldwide. And while many treatments are available, some of them better than others, they simply result in remission from the condition at best, with reoccurrences happening early and often after treatment. It's called stuck song syndrome. I've had the song that doesn't end in my head for 3 days. You know the one.
This is the song that doesn't end. Yes, it goes on
Think of the last time you got a song stuck in your head. What was it? And how long did it take you to get it out? There are a lot of different names for this. Sticky music, brainworms, and most commonly earworms, which was originally coined by German scientists who called them Ohrwürmer. And it seems like everyone has a different method of getting rid of them. Luckily, there are brave researchers working to understand and treat this horribly annoying condition. Neuroscientists call earworms involuntary musical imagery, as opposed to voluntary musical imagery where you sing a song in your head by choice. One study showed that over 90% of people suffer from earworms at least once a week, with about a third of people dealing with it every day. Most of the time, earworms consist of just fragments of familiar songs that repeat over and over, rather than being a complete song. And that helps us understand what causes brainworms and how to treat them. Psychologists call it the Zeigarnik effect, where people remember a task that was interrupted or not completed better than they remember a completed task. It was first noted in waiters who could remember the details of outstanding orders, but not paid closed orders. For earworms, this could mean you're more likely to get a song stuck in your head if you hear some of it, but not all of it. And since we hear music in a bunch of different settings, like the radio, TV show and commercials, and grocery store background noise, there's really no way to actively avoid getting an earworm. Sorry. But luckily the Zeigarnik effect also gives us an idea of how to get a stuck song out of your head. Complete it. A lot of people do this intuitively. When a song is stuck in your head, no matter how much you dislike it, you put the song on and listen to it from beginning to end. Research shows us there may be an easier way. If you can voluntarily play the end of the song in your head, you might be able to finally get it out of your brain. The Zeigarnik effect also tells us why some songs are so much stickier than others. Tunes like the song that gets on everybody's nerves or the chorus of Rihanna's Umbrella are usually sung as a repeating round, so they get easily stuck. But the most famous of these songs is, of course, It's a Small World. The tune played on a ride of the same name at several Disney theme parks. It's an uplifting song about world unity, but its repetitive nature makes it extremely mentally invasive, uniting the world in their deep hatred of the tune. How do you get a song out of your head if it doesn't have an ending to sing? If only I knew. My best advice is try replacing it with a song that does end by voluntarily playing the new song in your head over and over again. Once the second song is thoroughly stuck, play the end of it to get it out. And whatever you do, don't think about the song that doesn't end. Too late. Thanks to Prudential for sponsoring this episode. It's human nature to prioritize present needs and what matters most to us today. But when planning for your retirement, it's better to prioritize tomorrow. According to a Prudential study, 1 in 3 Americans is not saving enough for retirement, and over 52% are not on track to be able to maintain their current standard of living. Go to prudential.com/save more and see if you start saving more today, you can continue to enjoy the things you love tomorrow.
Hey guys, so I'm really tired and I was hoping to be able to take a bit of a break from YouTube and not put up any videos, but hey, I logged into my YouTube account and I saw I've had one of my Pizzagate videos removed and I've been given a strike warning, which basically if you get 3 strikes, I think they can just take your account down completely. So that sucks. Definitely is not promoting free speech. Obviously they're saying that I'm harassing someone or stalking someone or something or behaving in a predatory way. From my perspective, I'm discussing political figures. I've not discussed anyone in my Pizzagate videos who is not a famous political public person. So if what I'm doing is so-called harassment, then basically every tabloid newspaper on earth is is just a harassment paper, because they're constantly talking about politicians, public figures, and celebrities and rumours and everything. And I've certainly not done anything other than that. So it says here, if you'd like to appeal this strike, please submit this form. When I click on it, it just refreshes the page. It's not even letting me click on the page to appeal the strike. Someone contacted me on Twitter to say, I know people who targeted your account for termination. I was going to warn you earlier, but I didn't want to open my back for a fresh backstabbing. There was no gain in this for me. So that was very, very helpful. Thank you, anonymous person. Come and give me an I told you so without the I told you part involved. That's really helpful. So yeah, apparently people were purposefully targeting my account. So what I'm going to have to do now is I'm going to have to make a lot of my Pizzagate videos private until this strike goes away, because otherwise I might end up having my entire account taken down. So I'm just going to go ahead and do that, and here's this video to explain to you guys what's happening. I'm going to talk to some of my YouTube friends and see what they say about the situation, and once I've come to a conclusion of what to do, I will go ahead and do it. And yeah, this is what we're dealing with. You know, you can't discuss Pizzagate without getting shut down. And what I will say to you guys is I'm absolutely against any form of harassment. Ironically enough, I've been one of the people who's constantly saying, you know, do not go harass these establishments. You know, do not jump to conclusions. Let's do this properly through legal means. Let's raise awareness of the situation publicly and press for legal action to be taken. And yet, I'm the one who gets shut down for harassment. So this is what we're dealing with here. YouTube is blatantly leftist. It's a company that's owned by Google, had their executives basically working on Hillary Clinton's beck and call. So of course they don't want any of their DC Democrat friends being openly criticized by YouTubers. That would be counterproductive to their goals. Anyway guys, go and follow me on gab.ai. If you haven't got an account yet, you must get an account. This is a website that promotes free speech. So I'm going to be talking there, of course. Go follow me on Twitter, and you can also follow me on another social media platform that allows me to post videos, etc., which is also a free speech platform called minds.com, and I recommend you also get an account there, because these social media platforms like YouTube and Twitter that keep banning anyone who they don't like the message of, they're going to go the way of the mainstream media. Eventually people are going to catch on, but all they want you to do is give them advertising revenue by watching silly cat videos. That's what they want. They want a brain-dead public who can't think for themselves. So we need to migrate away from these social media platforms, and this is where I suggest you go. So thank you for all of your support, and I'll try to keep you guys up to date. Best to follow me on somewhere like Twitter, where I can give you small updates as they come along, so I don't have to make a whole video about each one. Thanks so much. Bye bye.
So, for the first time in more than 8 years on YouTube, I started my account in 2008. I've received a notice from YouTube of a content violation strike, which has now been recorded against my record. 2 more strikes and I'll be permanently banned from YouTube. Now, I received this strike for a video about Pizzagate, which they have removed from their network. It is no longer on my channel. They did that deletion. They even state as such in the message I received. That's the message I received when I logged into YouTube today. So this is a formal strike. I, along with a legal advisor, have reviewed every second of this video. Nothing in it violates anybody else's copyrights. Nothing in it is slander or libelous. The only piece of content that's not mine, in fact, is a fair use screenshot of a tweet from Andrew Breitbart in 2011. There it is. Who died in 2012 a year after publicly fingering John Podesta as an underage sex slave operator, which in light of the recent WikiLeaks emails of John Podesta's own inbox, and in light of the widening Pizzagate scandal, appears to be highly newsworthy and relevant, so I don't know why highlighting a dead man's tweet from 2011, I don't know why highlighting a dead journalist's tweet is a violation of YouTube's policy. I'm a journalist. I'm conducting very sound, very simple journalism here. Restore that video and remove that strike from my record immediately. There is no reason for it. It's just intimidation. So now I'm supposed to be intimidated because I only have 2 more strikes left before you remove my primary source of income from me and make me essentially unemployed, which Huffington Post already tried to do by removing my column. Now you're going to remove my YouTube channel where I'm allowed to upload what I want. That wasn't a profane video. That wasn't a video abusing or harassing minorities or anybody. It wasn't spreading slander. It's a piece of journalism. Restore that Pizzagate video immediately. Restore that content strike. I don't mind a content strike if I've done something wrong, but to punish me for speaking the truth makes you culpable in Pizzagate. This is not going away. There are a number of powerful people in the United States who are well aware of Pizzagate and the satanic pedophile ring. This is real. This is not going away. And if Google wants to appear to be complicit in this, it's going to lead to significant problems for them, not only legal, but financial and political. I have no doubt.
You're watching the David Seaman channel on YouTube and Vimeo. Be sure to subscribe below.
Jesus Christ.
Listen up. You're going to love this.
When I was in prison, I was praying and asking God, and God warned me not to get involved with politics.
If Donald Trump actually does become president, it's going to be attributed to nothing else than a miracle from God, and we'll be able to describe it as nothing else than supernatural intervention.
If Donald Trump is elected president of the United States, it will be a miracle.
One of the things we've done around here, we stick them under coffee tables and end tables. You just stack them up and then put a cloth over them.
Yeah.
Or get a piece of, cardboard or a piece of plywood, and you make a top, and then you just stack this food. You could have your whole living room with end tables and coffee tables made out of food buckets. Jackson is 50% Mexican.
Their comment ping pong Twitter is this one, where they're wishing Alex McCracken a big happy birthday.
This is Titus Frost, spitting truth, causing glitches.
Times when he gently rearranges a young girl's hair and whispers in her ear, then rearranges some more. There's the morning pervy here as he leans in for a kiss.
Thank you. Thank you.